Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to it. The Northwest Province, Potchefstroom is the town we are in, and JB Marks Oval is the battleground for the CSA T20 Challenge Contest. You are watching ball by ball action brought to you by your World of Champions SuperSport, but their YouTube channel, as we watch the Hollywoodbets Dolphins visiting the Auto Investment Northwest Dragons. We are here for yet another exciting contest, and bringing you this commentary is myself, Mpendulo Makubane. However, I am never alone. Next to me is Gert Maloney.
Mpendulo, thank you very much. It's a very chilly day here in Potch. It's overcast. It's going to be a difficult one, and no surprises that the Dragons won the toss and elected to field. And also congratulations to Vian Libbe reaching his 100th T20 match in this game.
It's going to be a game of landmarks, and it's going to be a very, very important fixture for both teams as the top four qualify for the semi-finals, which are very much around the corner. Northwest Dragons, they are about 4 points away from that top four position, and guess who's standing in that fourth position? It is the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, who need a win to cement that spot. But coming up here, it might be a challenge.
It's going to be a challenge. Dolphins coming from a loss the other night against the Lions. And it's going to be an uphill battle for them. Like I said, conditions favouring the bowling side. Pitch, a fresh pitch. As we heard, it is brand new. We're not sure what it's going to do for the batters. It's all about working it out. And the Dolphins, with the injury to Bryce Parsons, electing to go with Kaya Zondo with Rulofsson.
Starting off with a new combination, but Cohen Mangru is the opening bowler, as he's always been. And just like he always gets that shape away from the right-hander, it's a quick single, and Kaya Zondo takes the Hollywoodbets Dolphin off the mark.
He's such a big guy. You actually expect so much more pace, especially with the angle he comes in. Almost gives you that Heath Streak feel to it, like the previous fast bowler from Zimbabwe. He's a big lad. He comes in, not great pace, but oh my word, does he get movement.
And once he gets his mark, Cohen Mangru becomes a real nuisance to deal with. Something when we were here commentating in the last game, when they were playing the G-Bet Rocks or the Warriors, when they were playing the Warriors, he was starting that ball way down the line of that leg stump and asking way too much of the ball to come back off the off stump. And now it's just doing much better, much straighter lines. You can see even with Rulofsson moving across the line, he still has to cover with his whole body.
It just brings that slip into play, and with that excessive movement, you almost feel that deep point might be a little bit too square, maybe move a little bit closer to a deeper third man maybe. The gully is in place as well, but if he's going to slash it, it's going to go almost over gully. A deep point in the fence, and they also got deep square leg because he does have a nagging of dropping it short.
Ooh, as you're talking about that slip fielder, just inducing that edge. His areas seem to be working. Cohen Mangru is going to be very careful, Grant Rulofsson.
You can just see him and Kaya Zondo keep talking to one another. Like I said, a fresh pitch. It is going to be one of those things where they need to assess the pitch and also go hard at the ball as well. That first 6 overs, the power play, always the most important. You want to keep wickets in hand, but also you want to put runs on the board.
It's going to be very important, and it's such a risky situation given the conditions, how they are here. Very gloomy skies in Potchefstroom. There's a slight breeze blowing across the pitch as well. Cohen Mangru is using the movement very well, and the Dolphins are exchanging singles wherever they can.
Just try each batter, just get off the mark. Kaya Zondo got a leg by with the single that he got. Also just wants to get off that Dretzer Donald. Just make sure that they're on the way. Mangru bowling a fantastic first over thus far.
Kaya Zondo is going to be facing a different challenge. Normally a middle order batter, and like you said earlier on, losing Bryce Parsons is a huge blow for the Dolphins, amongst the top run scorers in the whole tournament. But Kaya Zondo and Grant Rolofson keeping it steady, just assessing the conditions, assessing what Cohen Mangru is doing, and good awareness as a little spill from Van Donder allows them the second run.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Dolphins were hoping for. Kaya Zondo's running between the wickets has always been good. He's always very quick between the wickets, but Bryce Parsons and Rolofson's running between the wickets this whole season has been phenomenal. So that might be the reason why they threw in Kaya Zondo on the top. Make sure that they're running between the wickets, keep going, and that communication is there.
Ooh, looking to go into the attack is Kaya Zondo. And like you were saying, that deep square leg when the ball just drops short a little bit, it's going to give him the protection. They complete the first over to the Dolphins. It's 5 runs, not too bad. Very balanced to start it off by Cohen Mangru. It's 5 for no loss.
Yeah, dealing in the ones is Mangru. Fantastic start. Exactly what the Auto Investments Dragons would have wanted. Hollywoodbets Dolphins, I don't think would get too uneasy with the 5 runs coming from the first over, getting the innings on the way.
It's just that there's a big difference in the dynamic of the team now, having lost Bryce Parsons. Miguel Pretorius is coming into the attack, one of the hottest weapons of the Northwest Dragons with that ball, causing havoc. Last time he played with the G-Bet Rocks, taking 4 wickets in his 4 overs. He's here now, bowling to Kaya Zondo. And speaking about that dynamic that changes at the top of the order, Bryce Parsons is normally the enforcer right at the beginning of the innings. And right now you have Kaya Zondo is much more conservative. He's a strokes player, but you wouldn't say that he goes out and really enforces at the beginning of the innings like Bryce Parsons has been doing. It's going to really be a different test for the Dolphins.
And also the Dolphins dynamic changes completely because you have that one person at the top of the order, like you said, that actually dominates the bowlers and puts them under pressure. Now, how are they going to put the bowlers under pressure between Kaya Zondo and Rolofson?
Just like that, but maybe they might get themselves into trouble. What an attempt that is from Van Donder. Saving a certain boundary, but if that was a catch, it would have been one of the best you will ever see.
Now you got to ask the question, why was he placed 10 meters off the fence? That would have been absolutely down his throat. Great pickup by Kaya Zondo. Flick of the wrists, and just look at that. He just, if he was on the fence, it was down his throat.
It was gonna be a serious catch.
Lucky let's all for Kaya Zondo and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Looking to be the enforcer here, almost putting himself into hot water. Grant Rolofson gets himself into the hottest of waters. He melts as his wicket dissipates. Miguel Pretorius strikes, and it's 6 for 1.
And any coach's dream, hitting top of off, hitting the bails. The stumps didn't even move, it was just the bails. Brilliant bowling, and you mentioned it. One of the hottest bowlers at the moment is Miguel Pretorius, and he just shows why. He got one of the best batters out in Rolofson, and just shows you the dynamic of the opening pair not being there, putting yourself under pressure, because he was used to just knocking it around, and Bryce Parsons just enforcing himself. This is brilliant. Auto Investments Dragons on top of the Dolphins at the moment. Great bowling.
Phenomenal starts. Just looking at it again from Pretorius, the areas are fantastic, but also you question the shots from Grant Rolofson. You're starting the innings, no overs are lost. Hottest bowler, 3 balls in, and the first time you face him, you charge down the track. All you do as a bowler when you start off, which is why it's important, as you know, as a coach, just hit your stumps, hit the top of off stump, and you'll see what the pitch and the ball does for you.
Exactly. And he just got a feeling that he wanted to enforce, maybe because Miguel Pretorius is doing so well at the moment with the ball, maybe just throw him off from ball 1, have him bowl short at him. It just didn't work. Fantastic bowling. Miguel Pretorius keeping up with his reputation as a the veteran, John Smuts, comes in to the crease to face Mikhail Pretorius.
John Smart, certainly one of the players they would have considered as an option to come up as number one to partner Grant Rulofsson. Maybe he could have kept that dynamic a little bit that Bryce Parsons brings at the top of the order, but he's still there. You might as well be batting at number 2. He's in at number 3 to face Miguel Pretorius. Just drops it a little bit shorter this time. John Smart, much more wary than his fallen counterpart.
And this is someone, I think him and Kayazano would have batted a few times together as well with that middle order. But now the dynamics change a lot. First wicket down, 6 for 1. Only in the second over of the match. How are you going to approach this? Is the power play, are you still going to take a few risks? Are you going to be more conservative?
Ooh, but right now it might be just a question of survival. Just getting his eye in here, John Smuts. It's a good thing that he's not falling into his natural instinct of just swinging and smashing the ball, of which we know he is magnificent at. Testing here is Miguel Pretorius.
And the ball's moving quite a lot as well. Overcast conditions, you would expect that. Lights are not on as of yet here at JB Marks Oval.
Oh, looking to open up his levers now. Just dropped in closer from Miguel Pretorius. That's what you need to do. Just be patient as a batter. One will eventually come. It's the end of over number 2. Successful one for the Dragons as they take the wicket of Grant Rulofsson. It's 6 for 1.
And only the 1 run coming from that over. So what an over for the captain. That was Pretorius doing his bit. And just look at this wicket again. Just charging down, giving himself room and just hitting the bails. Fantastic bowling. You could just see the disgust from Grant Rulofsson, just blaming the bat there for a second.
Absolutely poor shot, but now these are the 2 most experienced players, excluding Keshav Maharaj, who's not in the team here, out there in India doing his thing. That's that experience we're talking about. Kaya Zondo. Flick of a wrist and finesse. It goes down for 4.
Well, back in the day, they normally tell us that the safest part of the field is right over the bowler's head. But these days, there's 2 parts. Right behind the keeper is another safe option to go at, just flicking it over. A couple of bounces into the fence.
Would have been ludicrous to see that shot happening, especially from your top order batter, especially with the team. Little bit off in a hole, but this is the inventiveness that you need in T20 cricket to throw the bowler off his mark. Brilliant shot, if and when it comes off.
Yeah, when it doesn't come off, you do get a bit of a stare down from the coaching staff.
Remember Joe Root's doing that in India, and it was labelled as one of the worst shots in the century given the contest, and you're like, oh my goodness. Kaya Zondo making it work. It's 10 for 1. Oh, he's gone! Juicy, spicy, and he gets the money. Timber is gone as Cohen Mangru dismisses Kaya Zondo with an absolute peach.
And you can see the run through there. Lips moved, probably asked him, flick that. What an absolute jaffa. Wicket time for the Dragons once again. The Auto Investments Dragons, Mangru conceded a 4, and what a comeback that was.
Oh, what a beauty. Right through his gates, right into that block hole, and right through the timber. Kaya Zondo, he's been dismissed for 8 runs after 7. Now it is 10 for 2.
As Marcus Ackerman now comes into the crease, he's got a best of 74. Pretty decent strike rate, but that was back in 2017-2018 against Eastern Province. And that was for the Northwest Dragons, actually, that he scored those runs. So, hometown boy, he knows the conditions. He comes here from Poch, so he'll know exactly what to expect. But he'll also know that conditions, when it's like this, it's overcast, it's a bit gloomy, the ball's moving around, you'll know you got to be wary.
Has to keep his eyes open here as Marcus Ackerman. He is the most informed batter for the Dolphins after Bryce Parsons. Bryce Parsons, after getting that 36 down at the Lions, before that, his last 2 innings really didn't fire. But the Dolphins were put into good standing because of Marcus Ackerman. He has 2 half-centuries in this tournament so far, and his wicket is worth 58.5 runs.
And he does have a fantastic strike rate as well. Striking it, I think it was between the 130, 140s about. Yeah, 139.
He also was the leading run scorer for the CSA T20 4-day series. His wicket for that 4-day series also averaging above the 50s. So might need to use his red ball skills a little bit. Maybe not. Maybe his white ball skills are working just fine.
Yeah, we saw him coming right up in the top of the order with a great start. Bryce Parsons gave them against the Lions back at the DP World Wanderers. I'm very surprised that Mangaroo is actually going around the wicket to him. With the movement he's getting, you'd actually feel that going over the wicket, swinging it back into the left-hander, giving just that little bit of an option, and then pushing one across just brings that slip into play. With his tail up, Mangaroo charging into Ackerman.
Just wait to see the tactic of coming around the wicket. I kind of side with you with the coming over the wicket, the ball coming back in. Just wanted to observe what maybe the idea might be, because sometimes we might undermine such a small thing as switching sides, which might remove some of the movement that you're getting. It's so hard to establish a rhythm as well.
I just wanted to mention that the rhythm, he had such beautiful rhythm coming over the wicket. And it almost looks like coming around the wicket, you've got to almost get your rhythm going again. And now with the right-left combination, you changing sides, might just offset that rhythm completely. So we see someone just in front of the side screen being asked to get the picnic basket and just move away.
And the last thing to just back your point on coming over the wickets to the left-handers, that is, if you look at his run-up, it's already angled towards down the leg side. Look at how he runs in. That would be a perfect delivery to Marcus Ackerman.
That's exactly what we were talking about, just upsetting your own rhythm a little bit as he just thuds into the pads of John Smits. And like you said, trying to work it around the corner. Brilliant delivery for left-hander. Let's hope he stays over now. But John Smits moved across already. And with the angled run-up, you can't do that from around the wicket. So he does go very, very hard. It makes it very difficult for the bowler to get that rhythm going. But thus far, Auto Investments Dragons is on top of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Just drifting it down. John Smits might be in trouble. He had given up. He had lost all the hope. Ruan de Swart almost creating some darkness for John Smits. But he just misses the stumps. And what survival for the big man.
Oh, you can see he just gave up. And I tell you what, if he got a little bit more balance there, Dolphins would have been crying. Ooh. The Dolphins' cry would have been heard all the way. He was gone for money. And so close.
And it would have been the man who used to wear the very same shirts as the Dolphins in Ruan de Swart, causing the misery. Maybe he didn't realize that he just had an extra second or two to make it work. But in to return is Miguel Pretorius. He's taken one. Can he make it two? Maybe he can with the top edge, but he doesn't because the ball lands in no man's land as they come back for run number 2.
And that second run all of a sudden made look very difficult there because they're running each other's way there. Almost, I mentioned it last time as well, as rugby season, our local rugby season is starting. But I think in that, Ackerman would have come second if he had to collide with Big John Smits.
You put that as a forward's body that we're looking at. Marcus Ackerman is very much in a back line. It would have been an unfair contest. Oh, top edge! It's right up into the sky. The wicketkeeper says it's all mine, and it is done. Ruben Herman completes the job. Miguel Pretorius, as he so often does in Potchefstroom, he strikes again. It's the third wicket gone for the Dolphins, and they are reeling on 14 runs.
Oh, that shot, you feel that he felt that he needed to do something, wanted just to flick it off his pads, get that leg side opening up, and go for the big one. And with the movement that Miguel Pretorius is getting, he just gets a leading edge. Look at that, just goes up into the sky. And brilliant work by Herman. Over his head, never easy. And he just loves that.
That was a brilliant call from the wicket keeper, because third man was really there. He could have ran, he could have gotten an easy one, but with those gloves, you want those high catches if your wicket keeper is in the vicinity to take responsibility. Brushed everyone aside, and he took the catch. And in comes Jason Smith to replace John Smuts.
And oh my word, how difficult it's going to be for him just to keep up and start all over again, because 14 for 3. This is only the 4th over. The power play is nearly done. No damage whatsoever. Going at 4.2 in a T20. Oh my word. It is going to be an uphill battle for the Dolphins from here. They're going to need someone to put their hand up and say, I'm going to be here. We're going to bat till the end. And this is the partnership for me that's got to do it.
Jason Smith has 1 half-century this tournament. He lives to see if he can maybe get another one, as Miguel Pretorius is very wayward that first ball. Maybe a little bit of excitement coursing through his body.
Are you saying that fast bowlers get overexcited, Pendula?
I would never say that in my life, Heft. How dare I?
Fast bowlers are the most balanced people you'll ever meet.
Talk about composure in human form. Here comes Miguel Pretorius. Oh, big appeal, but that is definitely high. What do you mean composure from a fast bowler? He wants those wickets.
Oh no, he's definitely all fired up, is Miguel Pretorius. We've seen this from him before, and now it also becomes very difficult for the captain. Does he give Pretorius another over after this? He's picked up a wicket in every over thus far. He's bowling well. He went for 4 runs thus far. Is he going to get another over and maybe get another breakthrough here for the Lions? We just have a look at the replay. Oh, definitely a bit high going over the stumps.
Adjusts the length, but he goes a little bit wider this time. No man standing at deep point, so Mikhail Prince needed to stop that.
I almost feel that he might feel that he got away with it, did Miguel Pretorius. It was wide, it was swinging it away, it was there to be hit, and just picked out the man at backward point.
You even saw Jason Smith just saying, could have done better with that one. He still has 2 balls to go, though. Oh, smashed it this time. Slightly overpitched from Pretorius, and all the width Smith could ask for. It's whipped away through the covers for 4.
Still one of the best shots. Doesn't matter what format of the game you're playing. The cover drive is still one of the most elegant shots. This time just opening up that blade, making sure he picks the gap between backward points and cover. No one on the fence, but the Draggers wouldn't mind him driving. Miguel Pretorius, with the movement he's getting, would love him driving. Gets that slip into play as well.
Vian Lerber has serious hands at slip as well. Oh, talk about serious hands. That's Jason Smith with the bat in them. Whips that to the opposite side of the field. Pulled with authority for 4. What a good way to end the over.
It's the second over of Miguel Pretorius gone. You almost felt that he's got the upper hand on the Dolphins, picking up 2 wickets. And now all of a sudden, you just see Smith with a big fight back here for the Dolphins. Lovely shot. Almost a bit of a short arm jab. Lovely 4 on the leg side. And just starting the fight back. 23 for 3 now after that over.
That's exactly what the Dolphins might need here, especially one who's going to take it on to their strike bowler, the man who is one to be feared. Marcus Ackerman now, the pressure might be a little bit more relieved as he faces Cohen Mangru. Mangru very much into the body of Marcus Ackerman. Apart from that first ball, which was relatively wide, all of them have been coming onto the hips and easily just pocketed by Ackerman for 1.
Yeah, just working it down, and Ackerman just very happy just to get himself set. Not going for anything extravagant. He had the big drive, first ball up. But from there, it's been very, very much subdued. I think the wicket of John Smuts will also just maybe have him hold back a little bit on his natural striking of the ball, his natural stroke play.
That's the importance of having a Jason Smith just continue doing what he started with here. Beautiful shot. Just not getting the timing in. Love the high elbow, the full face of the bat, the beautiful front foot stride straight into Patches. Ruan de Swart standing there at cover. The captain, Senoran Mutusami, providing ideas. It's going to be very interesting once we see Ruan de Swart come to bowl. He very economical, tidies everything up, so it's important for the Dolphins to try get somewhat of a start during this power play. Quick single. Just keep on doing it like that. Slowly and slowly.
Yeah, just assessing the situation, I think, are these two. They know they got a nice big over the previous one. 2 boundaries coming from it. Now they can knock it around a bit. And all of a sudden, your assessment of where you want to be after the power play changes with those 3 wickets that's gone down, and it's 3 big wickets that's gone down. You got Rudolfsson back in the HUD. You got John Smith and Kaya Zondo all watching the batting innings now.
Now you wait for Andile Petruwayo, who's going to be walking in. Jason Smith is already showing his wicket down there. Oh, might be in trouble, Marcus Ackerman, but trying to do a Kaya Zondo. It looks so good when it comes together. It looks extremely awkward and troublesome when it doesn't.
Yeah, I wonder what the conversation would be between the 2 batters there. So let's maybe put that shot away for an over or 2. Let's maybe just consolidate. We know you want to get the boundary. Just got himself in a bit of a tangle there. You can just see the head flipping around quickly, but the ball hitting him outside the line. That's why it was basically the bowler and the keeper interested. No one else. The umpire just says, no, definitely not another wicket for you guys.
Smart work though from Cohen Mangru, changing pace and changing length as well. Going much fuller, much slower. Back to full pace, and it's a full shot from Marcus Ackerman. Drop it short, I will take you away. Made so much better for 6 runs.
It's a half a dozen for Ackerman. It's one of the guys you don't want to drop the ball short. And he's been doing so well by pitching it up. He's had his number, and all of a sudden dropping it short, and a half a dozen for Ackerman.
Beautiful shot from Ackerman. Gets on top of the bounce of the ball. It doesn't matter that there's a man who's stationed at deep square leg, nor a man standing at deep fine leg. Takes it over nonetheless.
That's one of those that's just the swivel, get inside the line and just help it on its way. It's on the way up already. Let's just change the direction a tad.
It's in the high fault, and like you said, Gert, he comes from these areas. When he was breaking through, the Northwest was still an affiliate of Gauteng cricket. There was still one, so he's very much au fait of the high fault conditions, and well, didn't he show us that he knows how to use them?
No ground will be big enough if he really gets onto it. Lovely swivel and just hit the ball through the line. Mangaru just doing the teapot there. Just waiting for the ball to come back. That's always the worst feeling for a bowler, I feel, when you actually have to wait for the ball to come back. A nice big lusty blow by Ackerman. What would the reply be the last time a boundary was hit of him? He took a wicket.
Goes much fuller, but that is simply gorgeous. Marcus Ackerman showing his full prowess in full flight. What a glorious shot.
Oh, still one of the sexiest shots in cricket. I'll tell you what, that is beautiful. Showing the maker's name. Any sponsor will be happy to show that replay, because you show the stickers exactly to where the ball's going. Everything in line. Just look at the head movement. Getting in line, not falling. Lovely shot. And making sure that he pierces that gap. And it's 10 runs in 2 balls for the Dolphins. And like I said earlier, this is the fight back. 1 more over to go in the power play. All of a sudden, that run rate has gone up to 7.
It's a good job this from these two. It's so important that they build a partnership. A score, a big score, is made up with a chunk of mid-sized partnerships coming in sequences, or just one big partnership that's going to hold the whole innings together. You've already lost your top 3. You really need your middle order batters to hold it together. And with the runs flowing, in comes Ruan de Swart. Mr. Economy really knows how to hold an end down.
Yeah, and he does come with a bit of international experience now as well. Went down to New Zealand in our test match there, got his green cap. Did show that he's got some much to offer with the ball.
And in he comes now, Ruan de Swart. Whacked away and straight into the man standing at deep square leg. What a change-up. And Jason Smith is gone.
It's actually your voice traveling. Jason Smith heard you and he said, Mr. Economic, let me show you what I do with economics. And he just tried to cook the books and nothing worked. They straight down the throat. And Ruan de Swart picking up his first wicket with his first delivery.
The only man cooking here is Ruan de Swart because he has entered his kitchen. It was there seemingly to hit, but those are the traps that medium-paced bowlers live off. They live off being hit hard because they are so deceptively hard to do so. Jason Smith has gone for 9 in 7 deliveries.
And bet you what, you ask Andile Petlukwayo about half an hour ago, how relaxed are you? When do you feel you're going to be batting? And he'll say probably in the 15th, 16th over. Here he is within the power play.
We were having a conversation prior to the game starting. Kharti was saying, yeah, you know, I'd push Andile Petlukwayo to open the match. I was saying Andile Simelane opened in his younger ages. Why not just try it out? And 5 overs in, might as well be batting in the top order, Andile Petlukwayo.
Yeah, this never thought that this would happen. He does have a fantastic strike rate, doesn't Andile Petlukwayo? We know he's done it for the Proteas, he's done it for the Dolphins. He can smash it. But the situation now is completely different. His strike rate is 120, which I feel is a bit lower. I think he started off low and then he picked it up latter part of his career. But he's facing up against a man who just picked up a wicket in his very first delivery.
Thing is, with Andile Petlukwayo, is those players who have big match temperament. When you need a performance, he comes through.
Just getting in behind that one again, and like you said, and boy, do the Hollywoodbets Dolphins need him today. This is the day they need him.
It hasn't been easy for them. Like we said, the conditions have just been very much ball first, very much hit the deck in a good area and watch the ball do something for you. Such a difficult order for batters. That's why you need someone to get their eye in. Hustle, and then start scoring.
Oh, this one just playing it into the covers. And I feel that if this was that opening stint, it would have been an easy one. But because of the situation, they don't want to take any risk. Fantastic fielding in the covers there, just making sure that this stays down to a dot.
Also, don't want to be taking on Miguel Pretorius in the covers. He's a bullet of an arm. And that's just a great fielding effort because the shot looked so good from Petlukwayo.
This one just defending it. You just see the mindset of Petlukwayo, not even trying to get in the line with the ball, just want to get his eye in. This is his 3rd dot, although the 4th dot in a row. First ball being a wicket. All the pressures on the Hollywoodbets Dolphins at the moment. 35 for 4.
Like we said, Mr. Economy, Ruan de Swart, barely gives you anything to work with.
Ruan de Swart just speaking IT language at the moment. He's just zeros, no ones yet.
The only one is the one that every bowler wants, that wicket. And on his first ball, the confidence that he's now supposedly bowling with here, must be flying over the roof.
I think every bowler taking the ball now will have that confidence. Already 4 wickets down, 6 overs in. The power play almost costing us only 6 runs to the over. And Ruan, there's a bit of effort there. Just testing out the pitch, making sure it's rolled hard enough. It is 35 for 4 after 6 overs. And that's exactly 5.8 that they're going on to at the moment per over. And that for the Hollywoodbet Dolphins, it's not the worst if you look at the runs scored because of the overhead conditions, but that wicket column, 4 wickets down, it's all 4 big wickets. That would be the issue. And the Rwanda Swart, maiden wicket.
I think that is the most painful thing here. It's those 4 wickets, and it's not just any kind of wickets. It is your top order batters. You've lost all 4 of them. Now you're looking on Ackerman, who is your top scorer, but you don't want him to come in that early, surely. You don't want Petlugwayo to be exposed so early as well. You want him at that time when the bowlers are searching and forcing for wickets, when they give you hittable deliveries. But now the Dolphins, they are really much on the back foot, and Vian Lerber is looking to just press them even further into that corner.
Yeah, playing his 100th match today is Vian Lerber. You can just see him setting the field, and oh, what a time for him to come in. They can just protect the boundaries now. He can bowl with so much freedom, bowl his variations, just take the pace off completely, and you've still got Mutsami still to come as well. So the spin options just starting for the Dragons, but what a great job by the Seamers.
100%, and you're talking about that pressure now that is onto the bowl batters. Vian Lerber, they're going to be looking to take him on, so he might be a little bit even more of a threat.
And also being a fresh pitch, you don't know if it's going to turn a lot. And also with the overhead conditions, you feel he does, especially around the wicket, has got a bit of a round arm action. He might get a bit of drift as well. And immediately just getting off the mark, or getting to the other side, is Ackerman. He's on 12.
There's also a slight breeze as well that might help with that drift that you speak of. It's blowing from the left to the right of your screen. Andile Petlugwayo, this means that if he wants to heave it, it has to hit it against the wind, against the spin as well.
Opting to go back. An interesting field. There's only 2 boundary riders on the leg side. Von Andile Petlugwayo, who does bat with that open front leg already. Only deep square and long on the fence.
You are asking the 2 left-handers if they're going to be smashing it to the leg side to hit against the spin, which is ill-advised more often than not. But now they are moving someone into that cow corner away from mid-wicket.
Making the easy option. And it's wicket time for the Dragons. Huge appeal. Huge appeal. And the umpire just signals out, and Andile Petlugwayo, just like he did with the wide against the Lions, just asking the umpire, didn't that hit outside the line? And safe to say that was crashing into middle and off.
Tell you what, might have been in trouble there. Really getting stuck. Andile Petlugwayo plants his foot, pushes onto it, plays all around the ball. That strategic move of moving the man from midwick to long on, saying, here's a single for you, play it. He's looking to pocket it into that space for that single. It's not there to be played. Brilliant bowling from Vian Lerber. Strikes the man, and now it's real big trouble.
Half the batting lineup already back in the hut. It's all your top strikers. As we see Andile Petlugwayo without troubling the scorers, facing 8 deliveries, back in the hut. 36 for 5 now is the Hollywoodbet Dolphins. As Andile Simelane coming in, this was your call to maybe get pushed up the order. He kind of has his chance now.
Definitely has his chance, the young man, Andile Simelane. Had the pleasure to watch him whilst he was still very young at 16 years old, back in the Sunfall Township Tournament. Loads of potential as a 16-year-old, playing amongst 19-year-olds, scoring 100 back in Hilton College. Here he is now playing professional cricket. He's represented the under-19s for South Africa. It's nice to see the progression from the hubs into the professional setup.
Just dropping and going, getting himself off the mark immediately. And I feel between these two, the calling will be a lot better. These two love running between the wickets, very quick as well.
It's going to be very important that they do that now. They've already lost half of their batting order. It's a big big number for just 37 runs on the board. Marcus Ackerman now might feel a little bit of a heavier weight on his shoulders.
Oh, getting the reverse sweep going, but just picking out backward point. And look, all the tricks in the book has got to come out with Ackerman now. He's got to stay there right until the end. All the pressure is going to be on him. 37 for loss of half the Dolphins lineup for 5. Vian Leber bowling a fantastic over. 2 runs coming from it and picking up an important wicket of Andile Petlkwayo.
In his 100th match as well. What a nice little present for a milestone in his home ground too, Vian Leber. Getting someone who would be looking to enhance the scoring rate for the Dolphins. Looks really not nice when you are a man looking to enforce an innings and then you get trapped, looking to play a cute shot, nyana. But at this current moment, they're not looking to hit big. It's ill-advised because it's not looking good. You're losing wickets when you're trying to defend, losing wickets when you're trying to attack.
It's just one of those things. Let's just play sensible cricket. Let's just knock the ball around. Let's just build a bit of a partnership, get our eyes in, maybe put some pressure back on the Dragons. The Swart, oh, this one nearly went right into down the throat of backward point. Big thick edge. Andile Simelane trying to go for the big booming drive and nearly gave it away.
That would have been devastating for the KZN outfits if they had lost another one then. And so cheaply as well. Ruan de Swart, like we said, those medium paces, so deceptive.
See, that ball just no feet movement, and you can just see backward point just having his hand on his head. That would have been down his throat.
Found reaching for it there, Simelane. Good length from Ruan de Swart as well.
Looked like Ruan de Swart's first ball of every over is going to be the danger ball.
Come on, Mutsusami, bowl him out. Finish his overs. He's always keeping it under control. They nicknamed Ruan de Swart Patches. Seems like he always patches things up. You're taking wickets, he comes, patches in with more wickets. Your scoring rate is high, he patches it up and brings it back into order. You need runs! He's there for you, patching it up in the middle, scoring runs.
He's a fantastic all-rounder for the Dragons. Simelane will just want to get the feet going against Ruan de Swart. And it's another wicket up in the air. Ruan de Swart dropping it short and falling into the trap is Andile Simelane. And what is happening to the Hollywoodbets Dolphins? The Auto Investments Dragons are over them like a rash.
What a disaster. They might not have the ointment to remove that rash right now. They are away from home and they are getting exposed. Ruan de Swart, what a player. He's taken another one. Andile Simelane, this was his chance. Just get in. Play your game. There's a man there. He gets the ball exactly for that shot. It looks good until you realize that it was a shot that lacked awareness. And he pays the price, which costs him his wickets for just 2 runs.
It is 39 for 6 up in the air. And I'll tell you what, now the Dragons actually feel that they can finish it up within the first 10 because Ruan de Swart is going. He doesn't mind giving the ones. And like I said, he's talking computer language. The previous over was all the zeros, now it's all the ones. He's picked up a wicket in each and every one. It is devastating news for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, but the Auto Investments Dragons, oh my word, they are on top of the Dragons.
Very, very, very much. The Dragons on top, their fire is making it hard for the Dolphins to swim. They've evaporated all the water. The Dolphins are just up in ashore, not knowing how to revive themselves. They bring in their captain though. He needs to steady the ship. He needs to bring back the water for the Dolphins to swim. Ruan de Swart though, he's breathing fire. It's hot here.
Brenilian Subrian just getting in right behind that one. Bit of an off cutter there by Ruan de Swart. And like you mentioned, this is now the time for a captain's knock in his 104th match himself. Average of only 18. More of a bowler that can bat a bit. But oh, the captain needs this. Look at this, just swiveling around, hitting it, posing for the cameras, and then just realizing that you didn't hit any patch of green. It's orange and grey.
I love how you're building it up for us, only to just bring us down.
Oh, chipped in the air. Is this another one? I cannot believe it. What are we witnessing? Pendulo Makubane. What are we seeing? It is another wicket down for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
This is unbelievable, Maloney. This is not what was written on the script when they booked their plane tickets to come up to Potchefstroom. The captain himself just popping it up into the air. Even you as a coach would never, ever hit a ball like that for your fielders to practice on. That is how easy it was for the catcher. Beautiful bowling again from Ruan de Swart, but lazy batting in response.
Look at that. No feet, nothing moving. It's almost like they can't believe they're here. I think they're going to pinch themselves and hope it was a dream when they're going to wake up from. And this is now even troublesome because Ruan de Swart isn't even happy with the foot marks. What's going to happen when he's comfortable? Oh my word. 3 for 2, Ruan de Swart. You absolute beauty.
His performance down in New Zealand was no fluke. What people were seeing was the real deal. This is Ruan de Swart. He did it whilst he was playing for the Dolphins. Averages 50 with the ball, averages 50 with the bat, and averages under 30 with the ball. And look at that. That's why. That slowness in the pace, it seems as if with his medium paces, the pitch just sucks out more life out of the ball after it pitches, and it becomes so hard for the batters to hit.
I love the fact that you're trying to get a reason for the shot, but there was no feet movement. The Swart coming into Bosch. Again, just getting behind it. Ethan Bosch coming in. He's got a bit of a reputation, does Ethan Bosch. He can smash, he does hit a long ball, but again, having a conversation with Bosch a couple of hours ago would have said, where would you think you'll be batting? He said, I'll probably close up in the over 19s and 20, not in at the 8th over already. As we come to the end of the 8th over, it is 39 for 7. Yes, 39 for 7. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins in all sorts of trouble. We know it's never over till it's over, but oh my word, do they have work to do.
This is so difficult. Ruan de Swart. What a not look here. Prenalanso Brian will go back, watch that over, and not be happy with his efforts. Ruan de Swart, though, on the other hand, well, might be chuffed.
As we get the reverse sweep going, and exactly what the Dolphins would have not wanted is get Ackerman off strike, but they'll take every single run on offer as well. That's the situation they're in at the moment, as Wiaan Libbe just dropping it short, making sure that that man at deep point comes into play, and now all the pressure on Ethan Bosch.
And Wiaan Libbe has already taken a wicket as well, so his tail is also up. Ethan Bosch need not feel the pressure. There's still 12 overs of... We're not even halfway through the innings as yet in terms of overs.
Nearly snuck through the gate at Wiaan Libbe. Everyone just opening up the lungs, getting hands on head, and you can just hear the gasps from the maroon and green.
Can you smell the charcoal being burnt around the stadium? Those are the Dragon supporters. They're using whatever fire that the Dragons are playing with to light up those coals as well, because they're celebrating their team.
Another one just worked through that leg side. A big vacant land for sale on that leg side. No one in their ring. Very happy to give Ackerman just the one.
Very much so. That's what Petluwayo was trying to do when he lost his wicket. Just played around it. Wiaan Libbe struck when he got his wicket. Here's Ethan Bosch though.
Oh, thick outside edge. Again, Wiaan Libbe. They'll probably triple it up and go for the third. And Ethan Bosch getting 3 runs to his name very, very streakily.
This is what you were talking about when Wiaan Lerber came in. It's a new, fresh deck. We don't know what it's going to do and how it's going to react. We've seen Rowan de Swart being problematic with the slowness, and here's Wiaan Lerber inducing an edge. Very good length, just at that back of a length for a spin bowler.
This one up in the air. Is it going to be? Oh, one bounce to that fielder. Great work there on the fence, cutting it down to 2, and very, very nearly that reverse sweep costing Ackerman.
I must say that's very risky shot. It does not look like the shot to play. I mean, if I take you a couple of overs back when he tried the lap shot, which didn't work, and then the next 2 deliveries was a classic Cook shot and a classic straight drive, consecutive boundaries, playing clean, proper cricket strokes.
Another one just worked into that vacant leg side.
And I know it's nice to be inventive, but the man who's standing down there at backward at the deep point is Mikhail Prince. He took a stunner of a catch against the rocks. He's a wicket keeper, he's young, he's vibrant, and excellent fielder, so you have to be wary as over number 7 comes to an end at 48 for 7.
And the run rate going at 5.3, and again the overcast conditions makes it very hard, but half the wickets that we've seen today is almost batting error. It wasn't great shot selection, no feet movement whatsoever. We see the scorecard there. It's only Ackerman that is in double figures. Other than that, it's all cell phone digits.
Call that. Might get yourself a free prize. SMS number as you are looking at it. It's really not a good reading for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, and Rowan de Swart has been one of the bearers of that bad news. Here he comes.
Oh, dancing down the wicket is Ackerman, and he says that was placement. Thick outside edge to the third man, the vacant third man fence for a 4.
Like you always say, Gers Maloney, perfectly timed with the edge. Runs down to the third man boundary. Rowan de Swart is causing all sorts of problems here.
Oh.
No one is as comfortable. Even that shot from Ackerman just didn't look comfortable. Couldn't get to the pace of the ball. However, the Dolphins make it to 50.
It's 50 up for the Dolphins finally, but for 7 in the 10th over. Oh, this one just full and straight, just trying to get that cutter going again. Worked off the legs, and we saw that advance with that thick outside edge. It's the same way that Grant also got bowled by Pretorius as well, trying to advance and just hitting those bails. This has got to be a rebuild now for the Dolphins.
It's very important also. I understand where Marcus Ackerman is coming from. You need to destabilize a bowler who's in full rhythm of what he's doing. Nearly losing his wickets. Could have thought, oh man, if only I still had Wiaan Lerber at second slip waiting for me, that would have been a guaranteed wicket.
Oh, Ethan Bosch getting in behind it, and just showing us there on the screen, just there was a little bit of flick on the wrist as well. Rowan de Swart, after his figures now, would not enjoy that 4 whatsoever.
None at all. That is not how he wants. You know, when you are bowling like this, you always have a feeling that, yeah, I can keep it to a single digit in those 24 deliveries. You become a little bit selfish. But that's exactly what you want.
Oh, he's been bowling brilliantly at the moment. 2.2 overs, 3 for 7. Oh, and this was completely misread by Ethan Bosch. That's going to leave a mark.
The scorers behind us are having a little bit of fun. The home scorers, they are enjoying what they're watching. Clueless on what that delivery was doing from Ethan Bosch, but definitely lack of pace from your medium pacing bowlers.
Just look at the replay here, coming in, hiding the ball a little in his hand, and then just rolling it, and through the shot way too early is Ethan Bosch. Oh, just getting on top of that one. Great fielding. Everyone is up. And the Hollywoodbets Dolphins in purple must feel that, oh, where is all the green on this field? Because they're just hitting fielders.
Absolutely nothing for them to work with. And you can see it's in the power play. They only have three fielders out rather. They're moving in the man down at deep. Third man pushing cow corner up.
Easy one for the Dolphins. They will take, and he wants to come back. Is Ackerman. Oh, a stronger throw would have had Ethan Bosch in big trouble there, but Marcus Ackerman just realizing that he's got to put the impetus back into this innings, and we just see the Dolphins dugout there, and those are not happy faces.
None at all. They are very much on the way of getting the lowest score of the tournament so far. The lowest score is 81 runs in this season. They're currently on 55. They're 26 runs off of that. They certainly wouldn't want to hold that record.
Yes, that is one thing, especially when you're number 4th on the log, playing number 6. You do not want that. And now the man who's got a bit of a golden arm as well, Mutusami, coming into the attack, and he's one of those brilliantly economical bowlers as well. So it just gets harder for the Dolphins to score runs, especially against these very wily bowlers.
And you don't lie at all. He is the most economic bowler for the Northwest Dragons. More economical than Patches himself. They are battling to see who is the most economical. For a spin bowler to go under 7 runs and over, some serious stuff. And they start with dancing down the track is Marcus Ackerman. Mutusami wouldn't mind that starting off.
Not at all, and he's on 17 wickets thus far as well in the tournament, so he's going well. He's picking up wickets, he's economical. I mean, his runs per over for a spinner is under 6.
It's ridiculous numbers that you watch. Career numbers under 6, tournament numbers under 5. He's taking wickets as he wants. You still have Caleb Selega, who's gonna come, and he's also gonna bowl as well. Oof. But for now, these two just need to build it up as they starting here, slowly and slowly. Their partnership now is worth 18 runs from 15 deliveries. Not bad from where the team was.
Absolutely, this is the rebuilding phase. I think any run from here, I don't think that the totals they had in their heads when the game started is anywhere near they are now. So it's all about just playing ball by ball, just assessing the situation as it goes on.
You throw all of those plans out the window whilst you lose 7 wickets. Oh, this might be big trouble, but not really. Looking to use some fancy footwork as Marcus Ackerman nearly getting himself into trouble.
Mutusami having a little bit of an arrogant appeal there, almost taking it as a given.
Must be careful with the ball spinning back in, left-hander. Can use the spin with you to ease the ball down to the deep, fine field. Reinhard van Donder, though, he has something to say, stops that. It's 2 runs.
A lovely shot, just great feet movement by Ackerman there, getting himself into position quickly. Just seemed just a bit of a shimmy, and then, just pitching outside leg was their delivery, the LBW appeal, and the next one, lovely feet movement, just knocking it around for 2.
Oh, nearly getting himself into real muddy surfaces. Quick hands, though, and reflexes from Ackerman.
The hand saved him there, I feel. He came down very early to Mutusami, saw him coming, pushing it across, and nearly gave his wicket away.
Good awareness from Mutusami as well. There's that reverse sweep, testing Mikhail Prince. Does not cover that. Run as he wants. He's been searching for that reverse sweep, and finally, it works out for the top order batter.
And finally, we hear some claps here from the dugout, from the visitors, just having something to applaud. 63 for loss of 7, and Mutusami getting reverse swept, and a lovely timing this time round.
Mikhail Prince, try as he might. It's a lightning field here at JB Marks Oval. A beautiful field, that is, if you take a look at it. But now, beautiful sight of a wicket is what the Dragons are looking for with this partnership on 24. And they bring in their main man, Miguel Pretorius.
Miguel Pretorius still got 2 overs left. 3 overs left, I beg your pardon. He only bowled the 1. So it's going to be interesting to see what Pretorius have done. And I correct myself once again. He did bowl the 2, picked up a wicket in each of his overs. We just get carried away. The excitement is just so much. We don't know what's going to happen next. We got a reverse sweep. All of a sudden, Dolphins fighting back. Pretorius coming in.
Personally, I wouldn't mind him if he had another 3 overs. It's quite a sight to watch. The fast bowler. Here he comes now. Oh. Beautiful shot from Ethan Bosch. Dispatches that through the covers, past Vian Lerber, past the boundary for 4.
And saying this from the middle order is probably not expected, but that was a shot of the day thus far. Actually, feet moving, leant into the shot, and a lovely classic cover drive through. Just look at that, leaning into it, and just a shot through the covers. 4 runs to Ethan Bosch.
Wonderful placement as well. Great timing. There's a big gap with a man now stationed at deep cover. Oh, what a retaliation though from Miguel Pretorius.
And a lovely reaction there by Ethan Bosch. Getting a bit of the show jump in there as well.
Well then, we're seeing dancing classes here at JB Marks Oval. And it seems like Miguel Pretorius is playing the right tunes with that ball in his hand. Beautiful delivery.
Just moving away, you can just see there, just
Oh, that was close. Hits right back to Pretorius. But there you commend the fielding.
great fielding, but with the reactions, you feel that it was a drop catch. Never easy when you're a big fast bowler, you're in your follow through. You take a couple of paces. When you look up, the ball is right underneath your nose. You're smelling it.
It was hit hard from Ethan Bosch. Full face. Oh, it's those ones that either stick or don't. It's dropped this one just a little bit shorter. Nearly getting his man, Miguel Pretorius.
Oh, a bit of a let-off for the Dolphins, you got to feel. Everything that has happened in the innings thus far, they're going to need a bit of luck to turn this into a contest.
It's going to be big luck. And it might be a worrying factor as well for the Dolphins, because the last match against the Lions, well, not really, because that match was actually shortened. They played very well in that shortened match.
But also, Bryce Parsons was the one who put them on the front foot, and now they did not have Bryce Parsons to do this.
That might be the biggest issue that they have to deal with now. They're lucky, though, that they have an incredible, skillful bowling lineup. You have the likes of Othniel Batman. If you were watching the SA20, you need not an introduction to Othniel Batman. Oguhle Cele has been able to take a wicket almost every game that he's played. You have Ethan Bosch, who's batting right now, very handy with the ball in hand. Nearly popping it into the hands of Ruan de Swart, though. It's just a single, and they'll be looking at every single run now as something to cherish, because the bowlers are looking at it and they are just feeling the way to climb up. It's the end of over number 12, 70 for the loss of 7.
As we see Ackerman just taking off the gears, just wanting something to drink. He's been soaking up so much pressure and taking all the weight of this batting lineup on his shoulders. Miguel Pretorius picking up the 2 wickets, 19 runs conceded thus far, 70 for the loss of 7, 8 more overs to go. And Benulo, where do you feel the Dolphins will think, listen, this is the fight back? What score? If we just look at the bowling figures there, Mangaru started off a fantastic over that he bowled, and then Pretorius picked up the first wicket.
It's going to be very difficult. They're going at just under 6 runs to the over. You look at the bowlers who still have an over to bowl. You are happy that Pretorius De Swart and Cohen Mangru just have a single over to go now. You're just counting those, okay, 15. Where are the 5 other overs coming? Here's Hlompo Motimokwane, one of the players you can say, okay, maybe we can target and just destabilize him a little bit. They still have Caleb Selega, spin bowler. They're not using Bamanya Kleinwe. But let's see what Motimokwane is going to deliver for the Dolphins. Definitely looking to take him on. Pops it over the top. Coming around is another man who's going to bowl, like we were talking about him, Caleb Selega.
He's a brilliant bowler as well, and I think he's just going to bowl the next over, and from the other end, Michael Pretorius maybe just going to make way from him. Just the one over. Might rotate the fasties, get them in for that last 6. And like you mentioned, this is the man that they might just feel that they can take on.
Booming shots from Ethan Bosch. Straight into the man at the covers in Reinhard van Donder.
Just getting back to that score, with the overhead conditions the way it is, the wily bowlers they do have in their lineup, if they can just get up to that 140 mark, you feel that they will feel what a recovery from 36 for 7. This is the recovery, and we got something to bowl at.
That's going to require them to bat at around 10 runs to the over from this point going onwards. This partnership currently on 34 from 27 deliveries. Just a fraction under 5 overs for those 34 runs. Oh, that is a risky shot. Would be praying Motimokwane for it to just swing back to the left-hander, getting him into all sorts of trouble. But he lives to see another ball, Marcus Ackerman.
Ackerman's been batting so well. It's the second time he's tried that shot. The second time it's not come off, and it looks horrific. You can just see him just again, just whipping his head around, just trying to see where the ball's going. Why do it? He did force a change in field with the fine leg going back.
Looking to just guide that through. Try to find a way to manipulate the field. It's not working. It's not easy. You can see that pressure with just how he's trying to create shots where there seemingly aren't none. You can see that he's looking to take the impetus on for the Dolphins, but sometimes it just doesn't come together. But another booming drive from Bosch. They are looking for something here, the Dolphins. It is absolutely dry wherever you look. Nothing for them to sip on, nothing on them to snack on. The Dragons have burnt everything down.
Yeah, it's just one of those very difficult things. Trying to force the runs as well. As you mentioned, only going at around about 6 to the over. They know they need to get up to that 130, 140 mark to really get under the skin of the Dragons. From this situation, the Dragons would actually feel that they've let the game slip if it goes past 100.
Actually, there's always two sides to the coin when two teams are playing against each other. You don't want, as the Dragons right now, to concede the amount of runs we are talking about here, the 140s, 150, barely that 100 runs like you're saying. Each wicket has been taken at around 11 runs per wicket. They'd want to continue that with such an electric start. Conditions are not changing at all. It's not as if it's getting any easier to bat here. So they will want to limit it as much as possible. They've already been doing well with their bowling. Sinuran Mutusami, surprisingly the most expensive of them all, 8 runs in his solitary over. Otherwise, it has been so solid from the auto investment Northwest Dragons.
And just changing ends with Vian Libber. Coming in from the opposite end now. You can just see the floodlights on. It is very dark, it is very gloomy. We're only at around about 10 minutes past 3 local time, and the floodlights on. You can just see the dark clouds behind. that pillar. Threats of rain imminent as well, so Duckworth, Lewis and Stern might come into play.
So many things to consider, so many things to think about, and so much motivation for runs, just like an open space and placing the ball there. And this is great running from the Dolphins.
Exactly what they want. If they can pick up 10 or 12 runs in this over, we'll just get them up to that 90, just make that 100. They just need to get past that 100. That psychological barrier.
Such a big thing. Thing is, it's a big thing not only from just a batter's perspective to say, okay, we have a triple digit score.
Here we go.
That's one, yeah. Have something to bowl at.
Open the little door first,
yeah,
boys.
That you raised before.
Open the little door first,
the Dragons will feel when the Dolphins reach 100 and still have only lost 7 wickets, maybe with 2 to 3 overs.
On the right there, brother.
That momentum shift in an innings is so important. If you're a fielding side or a batting side, you need to have that momentum shift in your direction.
Right now they're doing a decent job here to just keep it alive. But you still feel like the momentum you speak of, Gert, is solely with the Dragons still.
The one thing that I've picked up is the Dragons' body language in the field has dropped a little bit. The energy has dropped. Just with this partnership reaching the 40s now as well. 41. Between Bosch and Ackerman doing a fantastic job for the Dolphins.
Oh, a faulty delivery from Vian Lerber. This is what happens when the game seems like it's quietening down. You force something, searching for it, and they've given away 5 runs.
And it's 5 bonus runs in this over already. 9 runs coming from it, and there are still 3 deliveries left in the over. So no need to take any risks. Just keep knocking it around. Take another 1, another 2. Take it up to that 12 mark.
Here we go.
Oh, Hollywoodbets Dolphins. We'll hope that these 2 can get going and keep going right up till the 20th over.
So important for them to establish time on the crease because their running improves as well. Communication improves. You're looking at how easy now these twos are just coming along for the both of them, both on double digits. That partnership now just 2 runs away from 50.
Fantastic work done. And all the credit goes to Ackerman as well, who soaked up
so
much of the pressure for his team. And the Hollywoodbets Dolphins dugout all of a sudden clapping and inspiring every single run.
Nice
behind. Looking shot from Ackerman. You saw him how he was setting himself up. It looked like he was looking for a unorthodox shot. And just preventative measures from Vihan Lerber to limit him to that 1 run.
It just looked like Vihan Lerber bowled that one a little bit slower. Almost looked like Ackerman wants to drop down to the knee and maybe play a slog sweep, but knows the situation doesn't call for it. Fantastic over thus far for the Dolphins.
Nice.
It really is a good over. Just those singles are so crucial. You know, you look at it, say like, I might be watching it at 2020. Where are the 4s? Where are the 6s? Give us more. But it's not the case because now they need to build it up slowly. And now they've reached that 50-run partnership that the Dolphins so much needed.
Oh, and what a partnership it is. What a time to have the partnership in. 50 runs coming for these 2. Fantastic work done by Ethan Bosch, scoring 19 runs on this partnership. And Ackerman, he's been the senior statesman. He's come in and really just looked the part. He's played those 2 very horrible looking scoops that hit the pads, but other than that has looked pretty solid. And already Ethan Bosch making them pay for that drop catch, a return catch that wasn't taken by Pretorius. Partnership 50, great work, but only halfway done. Another 6 overs to go as we get Caleb Seleka into the attack.
Going to see how Seleka does, how he handles batters who are looking to score runs, because that's what they need, the Dolphins. And Ethan Bosch goes down on 1 knee, sweeps it hard. Phenomenal work at the deep. Stopped with a running force, sliding through his Mokwane. That is beautiful fielding effort.
That is backing up the bowlers, and I think the Dragons feel that momentum shift that is just there. They need a breakthrough here, does the Dragons?
Because they're just picking up 1s and 2s and 3s, and Rowan de Swart throwing his body out to make sure it does not go for 4. Phenomenal work. Man, you can't keep him out of the game.
No, and he nearly got himself into those boards as well. Fantastic work there by the big fast bowler. Lovely shot by Ethan Bosch as well, working it into the gap, and you can just see him diving for that and stopping it. Great stuff.
Back into the action, he goes down on one knee again. Proving to be very productive, these 1s and 2s for the Dolphins. Before you know it, that 100 is very much around the corner now. 94 for 7.
Ackerman on 40. Bosch is on 24 of 21. Been batting extremely well.
Didn't they just creep up on us here, Fabs?
Oh yes, it's that sensible batting that's caught us out.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe that this is what they are just doing to bring the innings back in check.
Look, everyone talks about T20 cricket, it's hard hitting, it's boundaries, but you still need the 1s, you still need the 2s. It's what keeps the scoreboard ticking, and this is proof of it. We've had in this partnership maybe 2 boundaries, maybe 3, and that was it. It's all the 1s, all the 2s, grinding down and working hard, just showing that it can be done.
Now they feel like they can let loose, looking for that space down in the deep. Vian Lerber slides. And for the work that they've been doing, the batters, they deserve a lucky break. It's 4 runs.
And that is exactly what happens. Now all of a sudden the pressure is shifting to the Dragons as that 100 approaches, 1 away. And what lovely footwork here by the big man himself. Just look at dancing down, reaching for it for time.
He's ordered his stay in the crease and he's capitalized onto it. Now he's just timing things well. It seems like he's placing the ball exactly where he wants it to go. Now they're just ticking it through. They end over number 15. It's 5 to go and right on time for them to reach what was seemingly an out of reach 100 for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Fantastic, fantastic stuff by the Dolphins. This is exactly what the coaching staff would have asked these two to do. Actually would have asked a few batters previous to do as well. But Bosch and Ackerman doing a great job. That partnership, as you can see there, is on 61 and it's 5 overs to go. I don't think we'll see a lot of fireworks. They only have the 3 wickets in hand. Every single run important now. Just grind it out. We had a big over of 30, now an over of 11. As we see that they've just changed ends with a few bowlers. Libber making way. Murimukwane coming in. Conceded 6 runs in his first over. Steaming into the opposite fast bowler of Ethan Bosch. Slapped over point. This is 4 runs. And the big man says, you're not just going to bowl at me, I'm going to swing the willow.
He's taken his time to eye himself in, acquaint himself with the ball, the conditions, and now they are good friends, him, the bat, and the ball. That goes for 4, and the signs have been there now, Khabs, that he's looking to take it on, and now the rewards are slowly coming.
And they've noticed that they've taken boundary early. Oh, lovely shot, just opening up that face way too full and wide. An open shot, you only have the man on the deep cover on the fence. No one other on the fence on the offside. You can't bowl there. That's where the field is set. Call was immediately 2.
Nice boy.
Big ground here at JB Marks Oval. If you can get it left or right from a fielder, you always have an opportunity for 2. And now all of a sudden, 6 runs in 2 deliveries.
Amazing. The momentum pendulum is now on the other side. It's just T20, the nature of it can switch in such the smallest of moments. Oh,
flicked around the corner. This is another boundary for The Hollywoodbets Dolphins and Ethan Bosch showing that the big man has got some finesse as well.
It is absolutely frustrating if you're the team in maroon. You're just looking at, oh, we started so well. Our kit might as well be red the way it was, but now they're just giving away freebies down the legs of Ethan Bosch. You don't bowl it on the offside, but you certainly don't bowl it there.
No. Mudi Mokwane letting his captain down a bit. Already 10 runs in the first 3 deliveries. Huge over. 110 for the loss of 7. And now the run rate is past 7.
They were hardly making it at 6 runs to the over.
Again, straying down leg side and another extra run. And that run, one run also brings an extra delivery into play as well. Mudi Mokwane making sure that this will probably be his last over.
That's one way to do it.
Ethan Bosch doing a fantastic job getting right on top of the bowler. He's on 39 of 26.
But he'll want to come back though, Mokwane.
Another wide. This is not what they wanted, especially on Nelson. Normally something happens on Nelson, and all that happened was a wide.
Problematic here from Mokwane. The change of end seemingly not working for him here. He's finding it hard running down the slope. The rhythm is not rhythmical. And Ethan Bosch has gotten his iron, has really unsettled him here.
Oh, playing that shot again just to the left of that man at sweeper boundary. Just the one. It was a bit of a letdown, that one. We almost felt that he was going for it. It's going to be another one, but already 13 runs in this over and a couple of extras given to them and still 2 deliveries left.
The thing is, that ball from Mokwane, he too will be happy that it was only just for 1 because it was rather gift short and wide. Not what you want, and now both batters are in their 40s. Bosch on 40, Ackerman on 41, and it seems like we've forgotten about Ackerman for a little bit, the way Bosch has just turned the gears up.
Going wide on the crease, dropping it short, and it's a maximum for the Dolphins.
Ackerman saying, forgot about me, you'll remember me now. Poor delivery from Mokwane on the hips, asking a player who's been there for 30 deliveries to do whatever he wants with it. And Ackerman dispatches that so easily. A nothing ball really from Mokwane.
He picked that off from right about his belly button and just said, "Spank you very much." It's a half a dozen to Ackerman, and who's moved on to 47.
I cannot do the mathematics that I see on that screen to count what those runs are, but we can tell you that it's a lot of runs.
At the moment it's 17. The calculator's out on my side, Pendula.
Need to go and fix my math.
Oh, it's another one run. So that means a huge over. 18 runs coming from it. They have now jumped up to 7.5 to the over. 7 wickets down, but Marcus Ackerman is on 48 of 32. Ethan Bosch,
I'm going now.
the 9th wicket. The 9th batsman coming in, he's on 40 of 27. They got together when it was 36 for 7. Their partnership is 81 between these two for the 8th wicket. Just look at that scorecard. 1, 8. John Smuts 2. Jason Smith 9. Peklokwayo 0. Similane 2. Subrian 0. And the 2 gentlemen standing out, the only 2 with double figures, is Marcus Ackerman on 46 and Ethan Bosch on 40.
What fantastic work from these two. Like we were saying, it's either a string of semi-big partnerships coming consistently, or it's one big partnership that's just going to hold everything together for the Dolphins. That 120 may look like a poor score if you just joined us, but believe it or not, from where they were, 39 for 7, it's a godsend that they are here.
Captain Mutusami into the attack, bowling to Ackerman, who's just pushed it down the ground. The Swart picking up. Coming off a couple of big overs. Previous one going for 18. Mutusami was a bit expensive in his first over as well. Oh, this one smashed down the ground. Swart picking it up. You can just see the intent of Ethan Bosch. He's really striking it hard, muscling it down the ground.
He's not afraid at all to take it on, and neither is Marcus Ackerman, which is dangerous waters for the Dragons. Now that the two batters really have gotten their eye in, there's still 3 fielders on the leg side patrolling the boundary.
And that is the single for Marcus Ackerman, bringing up a fighting 50 for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. You can stand up and applaud. The dugout is applauding. He would probably remember this 50 for a long time to come.
Worked so hard for that. When he came through, we told you, highest run getter for the 4-day series. He is the most valuable wicket for the Dolphins at 59, and here he is, the 3rd half century of the season.
Bosch dropping down. It's another freebie for the Dolphins, and the Auto Investment Dragons just letting it slide.
They're losing their heads here, Gert. Something they really shouldn't be banking on.
Feet movement, spanking it down the ground. It's going to be cuts off, but it's another double as Vian Libber picks it up. It's another double for the Dolphins. And Ethan Bosch, you beauty. What an innings thus far.
And you know what the worrying thing is here when you're looking as the Dragons? The fact that you don't know how the pitch will play until both of the teams have batted.
Whipping this one into the leg side.
And now these two worked so hard to get themselves where they can score comfortably. You question when the Dragons come into bat with the potent bowling lineup the Dolphins have. Is this 127 actually too big of a score to get, considering that it was 39 for 7 earlier on? So it becomes very tricky when you are going to come in and you are going to have to chase down a score where the innings doesn't have a pattern that you can reliably say, okay, this is what we are going to do. Fast bowlers are taking wickets, spin bowlers are taking wickets, medium pacers are taking wickets. So if you're going to allow the runs to keep on growing as they are right now with this partnership, it's going to be a very tall order if you don't know how the pitch is playing.
I actually feel that they are giving the blueprint to the Dragons, saying this is how you need to play. Forget about the boundaries, work the 1s, the 2s. 128 for 7 after 17, 3 more overs to go. Mangaru's got an over left, Micha Pretoria's got an over left. Ruan de Swart, the chief destroyer, picking up 3 wickets for only 9 runs, has got an over left. With 3 overs to go, we actually see the Swart coming into the attack. Bowling to Ackerman, who's on 51. And immediately starting off with the dots again. You can just see the impetus now in the running back to his mark as well. I think they might just be an over or so behind on time. Is the Dragons. Charging him down the ground, picking the gap. They will double up on this one, no doubt. Fantastic fielding and rolling over the fence. Did all the hard work and just letting one slip through. And there we spoke about it earlier, that little bit of luck that you create when things aren't going your way. One piece patches of luck and all of a sudden momentum changes.
It has to be Vian Lerber again who tries for a heroic stop in the deep. Gets his hand to it again with a fantastic effort, but just like the last time, can't stop it. Goes for 4.
Going across, and this time picking out the man at extra cover. And
Nice
they
boy.
play a bit of tip and run there, straight to the man there. Great fielding by Big Pretorius, but couldn't stop the one.
Lovely sound of Marcus Ackerman's bat as well. He's really got his eye in. That cover drive is looking as classic as ever. But but fantastic fielding and rather brave bowling as well from Ruan de Swart. Those are balls you see out in the slots, but trusting his field and his skill.
This straying down leg side, beating the man at 45, or shall we say going through Manguru at 45. It's all momentum is shifting. Pindulo, can you feel it? It's not just the wind that changed direction, it is all the momentum with the Dolphins at the moment, going to 137, and also Ethan Bosch. Oh, what an innings.
Partnership has also grown to 94. Lackadaisical fielding, you might say, from Cohen Mangru. Just not sharp enough to stop that.
Oh, this is going to be called a wide, way too high. And I'll tell you what, getting it over the head of Ethan Bosch is doing something. That's a bit more than medium pace, I feel, that Swart gave there. A bit of effort ball.
Working so hard, but really, it's even in the air, the sense of change of momentum. The energy is definitely with the Dolphins now.
Oh, worked around the corner again. Is he going to beat Manguru? Is he going to bring up his 50? Manguru getting the big number 13s out. And it's 3 runs. And it's not just a 100 partnership. It is also the 50 up for Ethan Bosch. Fantastic job done.
The claps are suddenly loud at the Hollywoodbets Dolphins dugout. You can hear them down here. That partnership, invaluable in the context of this match and what it means for the season. Ethan Bosch, one of the most delicious half centuries he'll get in this T20 challenge.
And he'll definitely owe Michael Pretorius a cold one there. Got dropped on a return catch. The Swart to Ackerman. Oh, walking down to him. He knows he just struck that very well. Vian Liver picking it up. But this partnership, fantastic work done. It's 103 now for the 8th wicket between these two. You can see Ackerman just catching his breath. There's 2 more overs left. And Ruan de Swart, what an expensive over from his standards that was.
Not what you would have expected. Really went for some runs, but overall 3 for 23 in his 4 overs. Can pat himself on the back for the starts that he gave his team. But compliments to Marcus Ackerman, compliments to Ethan Bosch. We were talking 130 might be a respectable score after 10 overs. Who are we? The cricket gods know better. Now even 170 looks like a possibility.
And this is the 4th highest partnership for the 8th wicket. For this ground is 103, but it's also a record partnership on this ground for the 8th wicket. The previous was 59 by Fed Leguayo and Subrian. This is at Potchefstroom. So this just shows you the importance in the context of the game. Manguru, who let one slip through his hands, would want to fix that up with the ball now. It's got 1 over to go. It's 142. We mentioned 140 we'll be happy to get. Now we're looking at maybe 160. Oh, walking across and slapping it through the leg side. I kind of think they're showing their intent, Pendulo.
They really have to now. Looking at it, there's 11 deliveries to go. 3 wickets in hand is workable with 11 deliveries. I mean, when they came in 11 overs ago, you looked at it, 12 overs to go. And you're like, whoosh, we have not enough wickets in hand. Now, with 11 overs to go, you have more than enough wickets in hand.
Oh, nearly snuck through. And how did Ethan Bosch get his bat down for that one? Whatever he did, he must definitely just go tell Kaya Zondo how he did that, because he kept that Yorker out with precision.
Absolutely devastating delivery that from Cohen Mangru, but that's the advantage of staying in the crease for a long time and getting your eye in. You're able to deal with deliveries like that. Funny enough, it was a great delivery from Mangru outside the line of the stumps. It was Bosch who nearly got himself into trouble, almost playing it back in. But here's your call. Over the wicket to the left-hander.
Lovely shimmy and a lovely span. Ruan de Swart will cut this off.
Nice, Patchy.
And it's another 2 for the Dolphins, another 2 for Ackerman.
Those twos, Gert, they've been jabs throughout the whole match. You know, one punch power versus many jabs in the face over 12 rounds. You eventually close eyes and make noses bleed. Now, Dragons have one eye closed. Their mouth is gashing because of this partnership. It's just been those twos, Gert. Those twos, so annoying. And now they've gotten them here.
Oh, again going for the paddle, and this time round the bounce of the ball helping him out. He got himself into a horrible position once again, and it's one of the safest places in cricket is behind the keeper.
Being part of it is what the billboard says as the ball comes a part of the boundary. You don't want to miss this out. Exquisite shot from Ackerman. He's been looking for these fancy shots, and like we say, they always look good once they come together. It's 150 up for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
You must have felt third time lucky. Reverse sweep this time round against this pace bowler. Just the one. And he gets big Ethan Bosch on strike.
Let's see. 2 reverse sweeps away until he connects one again for the boundary. If it's 3 times lucky, there's 7 balls to go now. Ethan Bosch is also looking to up that impetus. So now there's danger from both sides of the coin for the bowler. One left-handed, one right-handed, and they both looking to hurt you.
I'll tell you what, Pendulo. This delivery is going to be a big one. I said it's going to be a big one, and it is. It is. I tell you what, a maximum.
No surprises! What a shot that is from Ethan Bosch. He has his eye in. Like you said, you told everyone, Gert. It's going to be a big one. And a big one for Ethan Bosch. 1 over to go, and can you believe it? 157 for 7. Do you want a bigger one?
Oh, this is almost a relaxing over coming up for the Hollywoodbet Dolphins from where they were and where they are now. These two are going to have a couple of cold ones. It's going to be long and it's going to be cold.
Not in any script when the plan was being written for the Dolphins that they see themselves 7 down with under 40 runs. But I'm sure not in their script would they have thought from that position they will amass a 120 run partnership between an Ackerman and a Bosch. This has been a resounding comeback for them. And here's Pretorius.
From the coaching staff, they'll probably say, hey, the plan worked to perfection. Pretorius into Ackerman, the final over in this remarkable fight back by the Hollywoodbet Dolphins batting innings.
You know, hindsight is a beautiful thing. You might look and be like, oh, could he have just finished earlier and maybe break the partnership earlier? But no one would have thought it would be here.
Walking across and getting it into that vacant fine leg. It is 4 runs to start the over off with. Carl Pretorius just rubbing the goatee on. Wow, what am I doing?
Oh my goodness, everything now is just a sprinkle of salt onto the gashing wound that these two batters have put together. Those blades that they have in their hands are absolute weapons tonight. And boy, oh boy, that the Dolphins really require them to pull on something special. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching a special partnership here between Marcus Ackerman and Ethan Bosch.
One of the partnerships of the tournament thus far. Oh, full toss. It'll be called a no ball. The catch will be taken. It's called a no ball. They've doubled up. And this also means that not only is there 5 deliveries still left, there's also a free hit coming.
Oh, it's falling apart. It is absolutely just coming down into tatters for the Dragons. You will never find a better foundation than what they've built for themselves. But the house was built with paper, and it's been blown away by the Dolphins here. Free hit for Marcus Ackerman.
Moving across and, good ball by Pretorius. just a little bit of effort there. You can hear the grunt just hitting the deck a little bit harder, and even Ackerman just having a look down to the bat, just getting the toe end, and that's a free hit, only costing one. A let-off almost for Michael Pretorius.
The thing is now, Gert, just even thinking about it, even a wicket now just doesn't feel the same. Partnership is so strong. The runs conceded by two, both batters over 50 runs, and neither of them have even faced 50 deliveries for their work. 4 balls to go.
Bosch is not going to hold back. It's another one just on the hip. Worked it around the corner. This time around, Mangru and the fielder, Fantona there at deep square, can only watch it clatter into the advertising boards.
This is painful for the Dragons. This hurts, and it hurts badly. Even the type of delivery that Pretorius is delivering now no longer have the same zest and spunk. They just feel like processions. Let's just get it over and done with now. There's 3 more to go. And the man walks across with his very, very bright neon security shirt.
And started walking faster once you've already passed this the side screen.
Still 3 balls to go.
Oh, going full, going straight. Call was 2 immediately. Ackerman is turning around, turning this into 2. It never should have been 2, but they have put so much pressure on this Auto Investments Dragons that everything now is just turning into gold for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. 171 for 7. Earlier we asked what is going on, and now I feel the Dragons are asking the same question. What is happening?
We are asking the same question to 2 different situations, because indeed...
Oh, Bosch going for the big one. Is this going to be out? It is out. Oh, he's dropped it. He has dropped it on the fence. He had it under control, and it just popped out. It looks like it is. Oh, Murimokwane. He had the ball in his hands. It's a let-off for Ethan Bosch. If anyone deserves one more delivery to go. And this was a very strange situation. Looked like it's down his throat.
When it rains, it pours. It completed the catch. And the classic elbow. Bouncing the ball out. Last ball of the innings.
Not holding back. Is this now going to be the wicket? Yes, it is. Ruan de Swart will not make a mistake. But I'll tell you what, it does not matter. Ethan Bosch, what an inning. 66 of 38 deliveries. Taking his team to 173 for 7 with a magnificent innings by Marcus Ackerman. He's 72 of 46. They just looked like different batters batting in a different strip against different bowlers.
What a monster innings from Ethan Bosch. Ackerman was brilliant, but everything was falling apart around him. He needed a partner who was going to hold on and just keep the score ticking and not look for anything extravagant. That's exactly what Ethan Bosch was. Yes, he gave his wicket away, but this is exactly what you need to do in the last ball of the innings. Look to go big. He loses his wicket for 66, but there's nothing about losing in his innings. Bringing it back is Ethan Bosch, and right next to him Marcus Ackerman with a heroic anchoring innings. And now it's 174 to win for the Dragons, where they were looking for a score which was less than 100 to chase down earlier on.
We said earlier, if the score goes past 100 to 120, maybe even 140, they'll be lucky. They would take that any day of the week. And we even mentioned that if the Dragons let the score past 100, they would feel they let themselves down. And oh my word, what a nightmare it got with Ethan Bosch and Ackerman's partnership. Over 140 runs, fantastic work done. 173 for 8. 174 is the target for the Auto Investments Dragons, who now need to come out and bat well in these conditions.
It's Gonna be a lot. It started very shakily for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. You can see all of those cell phone numbers that are stringed by the single-digit scores. But it's those two scores that just pop out as irregularities for the pattern of the match. Marcus Ackerman not out on 72. Ethan Bosch, that's 66, deserves more runs. It is incalculable on how valuable that innings was. That 173 should have never happened. But isn't this why we love cricket?
Oh, it's never over till it's over. And also just look at that extra, Spendulo. 13 extras, 10 wides, and those 10 wides came in the last couple of overs. They were bowling nothing in the beginning. The no ball came in the last over. So everything happening and culminating into this 173 fight back by the Hollywoodbet Dolphins. Oh, I don't know about you. Oh, we need a break. We need something just to wet the coggles a bit. Enjoy something to eat. We'll be back in about 20-25 minutes for the innings of the Auto Investments Dragons, who now has got a bit of a fight on their hands. See you in about 20 minutes.
After you, Max. Go in the middle. Thank you.
Welcome back to JB Marks Oval as Bosch Herman takes his guard. He was the keeper to watch the carnage. That was a massive partnership for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, and a great one it was between Ackerman and Bosch. Over 140 runs. Ethan Bosch is going to open up the bowling, coming off his 66, and a fantastic job he did with Ackerman. They were 39 for 7 when they got together, and all of a sudden they took it up to 173. Now the equation is 174 to win of 120 balls. Bosch Herman facing up against Ethan Bosch.
Went on!
First one, just a nice quick call, just getting in behind it, making sure that everything is working. As if a middle opening partnership of Herman and Prince have been doing so well for the Dragons. A lot of work now as we see a bit of sunlight coming through. There's still a lot of cloud cover. It's very dark clouds, very low clouds as well. No prediction of rain this far, so we might see a full innings. Oh, Bosch keeping over the wicket. Swing it back into the left-hander. You can just hear the oohs and ahs by each and every one of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins players. Men on the fence is a third man. And then also they got a deep square out for Herman. No slip, but they do have their fine leg into the circle, almost in a 45 position. Maybe just for the one that is going to work around the corner. Walking across and going across him this time round is Ethan Bosch. Bosch Herman playing for that ball to come in. Just showing his partner there that the ball just gone through straight. So great bowling by Ethan Bosch. Thus far 3 dots. Just hear everyone encouraging him. Ask him to keep up the good work. Oh, swing it back into the left-hander. Quick signal. Oh, quick call. Great response by Mikael Prince. First runs on the board for the Auto Investments Dragons. Just what they want to do. Hopefully they take a little bit of a page out of the book of the Dolphins, especially, well, the only page they can take is basically that partnership between Ackerman and Bosch. Work it around, get the ones, get the twos, keep the scoreboard ticking, keep it rotating, especially with the right-left combination. It worked like a charm for the Dolphins. And from the Dolphins' perspective, you would want the same start as what the Dragons got, picking up quick wickets, making it very difficult for the Dragons to get that 174 required. Now 173 of 116 deliveries. Oh, this one just dabbed down. Can't find the gap between slip and backward point. There is a third man on the fence for the right-hander. And then also deep square as well. It is one of those starts that you want is you don't mind the dots. Now we saw in the Dolphins innings those quick wickets, put them on the back foot. So as the Auto Investments Dragons, you just want to get an easy start, keep wickets in hand. You can know it gets easier, you can launch from there. Bosch into Mikael Prince. Just asking the third man to come back into the circle and sending the 45 out to the fine leg fence. And might just be a little bit more back of a length, maybe some short stuff by Ethan Bosch. Oh, this one picked up over mid-wicket. Is it going to trickle into the fence? Yes, it is. A bit of a teaser for Bartman. And it's the first boundary as Mikael Prince who brings it up. End of the first over. It is 5 without loss. And it is Bosch Herman and Mikael Prince who's opening up for the Dragons. And I'm obviously not alone. We are never alone. It is the voice of the voiceless. It is Pendulo Makubani.
We are here. I love to see the impetus right at the beginning of the match. Mikhail Prince saying that I'm not going to be bogged down. I'm not going to just sit back. I'm going to take it on if it's there. Here he comes. A little surprised that they opened up with Ethan Bosch, having Batman and Ogutlekele in your arsenal. However, here he is now.
I think it was just a high that Bosch was on, to be honest. He just felt that I can do no wrong. Give me the ball. Clearly was a bit suspect to play as well. We know he also picked up a bit of a niggle against the game against the Lions on Friday night. So it looked like he rolled his ankle or maybe his knee a bit. This one just worked around the corner. The call was for 2. But Bartman just slipping, and you can just hear the exasperations from everyone.
Yeah.
Just wanting to keep the runs down, make sure the ones stay 1 and not turn into 2s. And it's what these two, especially Herman and Prince, can do very well.
Their opening partnership. Never forget that 141 they put together. They followed it up against the Rocks with another solid opening partnership at the top.
Clearly just getting carried away. Maybe a bit of frustration, and it's that quick response that we're talking about. It is just, if one says yes, the other one just responds. It is a wide plus the extra run.
If there's anything, you said in that previous innings that the partnership between Marcus Ackerman and Ethan Bosch sets up a blueprint of how it is to bat in this particular pitch. And it's very good that both Mikhail Prince and Ruben Herman have such a good understanding where they can run the 1s and run the 2s. And that's going to be such a key when those boundaries are not around to be taken.
Really into Prince, and a big wild swing, dropping down and wanting to hit that to the moon and back. Oh, no contact.
Not a good looking shot that at all from Mikhail Prince. What we saw from Ackerman and Ethan Bosch was them taking their time to earn the right to play those big shots. You don't just come in and you become the CEO of the company. No, you start slow, you build it up until you are strong enough to do that for yourself.
Oh, this time just playing it straight past the bowler. Big chase by Bosch. A lovely slide, and they're going to triple up. It's 3 runs to the Dragons.
Good shots, good hustle from both Ethan Bosch and Prenelance O'Brien. Communication is so key in the field. It's very underrated in a game of cricket. But there, Ethan Bosch clearly telling Prenelance O'Brien, no, it's mine. Slid to ensure that Prenelance is there to secure the ball and throw it away. It's very nice to see. Ogutlekele will be probably happy having lost a run from Otniel Batman's fielding and now getting a run back from the fielding of Bosch.
It's all about balance, balancing it out. Still 3 balls to go in this over. Oh, pitching it up once again and once again. As he struck it, he knows he hasn't timed it. He knows he hasn't struck it well. Easy one.
That's what they've been doing. Even with that straight drive that came down here, it wasn't really the most well-timed shot. However, it was that impetus of them saying, yes, we are going. And well, the power generated from Mikhail Prince's swing of the blade. We've seen, even from the 10 balls today, that he wants to really swing hard, that he wants to put the Dolphins under pressure. It's important that he doesn't get himself under pressure, though.
Yeah, I feel he's just dropping too early in the shot and just trying to lean back and get it over. Maybe just stand still and deliver then would be a better option. He's just getting himself into a terrible position to play that up and over.
Can't say trying a little bit too much. The ball is there from Gele. It's wide enough, just not getting into the length of the delivery.
Only 3rd man down in the fence, almost a free shot. Again trying it, again dropping to the knee. And again, third time around, missing it. End of the over, 8 runs coming from it. It is 13 without loss. Another 161 to get from 108 deliveries.
What a daunting total that is. But the sun is piercing through the clouds for the first time today in the entire match. The floodlights are on, but you can clearly see from Uguhlekele there's only one shadow showing. That is from the sun. That is to tell you that, well, the conditions are improving just a little bit. Could be the reason why maybe the partnership worked so well, but we'll never know. As Ethan Bosch comes back, we'll know as time goes, definitely. But the interesting thing is that we saw that the lack of pace from the Dragons was what actually started the whole demise for the Dragons.
Oh, Ruben Herman going downtown. Is it a maximum? You betcha.
Security cover, you need a protective shield. That was coming straight up. But they just getting a little bit of confusion. Looking to get some clarity on what that was, and finally we get the right decision. 6 runs over the top. Otherwise, that security guard was never going to feel like he needed to run away.
Oh, this one just worked through the gap in mid-wicket, batting in 5s and 7s, and yeah, as you mentioned, that security guard, it's a horrible effort by him. Just ran away from the ball. Could have taken that.
There's a reason why they are cricket players playing and why we are not playing. Because even if it comes here, first instinct is to get away and commentate on it as I'm getting away, not to catch it.
We'll do the good old point. We'll just point to the next fielder and say it's yours.
Even if it's the wall behind us.
Oh, down the ground again. Is there going to be confusion? Is the umpire going to ask? No, he says he saw that was a biggie.
He needed to make sure that he shows us that he needs no validation from anyone. No confusion needed, as you said. Going down the track, Mikhail Prince. We've been saying that he's looking to take it on to the Dolphins, and you can see that going down the track. It didn't work for the Dolphins when they were batting earlier on. We saw Grant Rulofson going down the track. He was bold. We saw John Smart looking to go big. He top-edged it and he was caught. Not for Mikhail Prince.
We even saw Ackerman dancing down the track as well and missing it on a couple of occasions. And Bosch is probably just thinking, what did I do to deserve that?
Well,
I didn't do anything today to you guys.
Really now, Ethan? Here's what the response will probably be. He's getting a taste of his own medicine here, as Bosch. Doesn't taste too nice. He will need to tighten up those areas. It's 148 to win from 105.
And thus far, the over's gone for 13 runs. And talk about impetus. The required rate is 8.5 and they're going at 10.4. It's early days, only the third over, but already 26 without loss.
The issue here for Bosch is that both Herman and Mikhail Prince are taking him on.
Oh, this ball not coming up. And nearly got Mikhail Prince in all sorts of trouble.
Keeping a little bit low that time from Ethan Bosch. Didn't even take away pace from it. It was a full-on delivery. But showing still Mikhail Prince what he wants to do. Kaya Zondo is standing at square leg. Is going more squarer. Rather straighter.
Dancing down the track again. And this time round just making sure that he gets bats on ball. Just for a single. And Bosch being taken apart here a little bit. 14 runs coming from this third over. One more delivery to go. Do you feel that the Dragons will be happy with the 14 runs? Would they maybe feel that, put some more pressure on him, have another go?
It's definitely the start that they wanted here. 27 for no loss, going at 9 runs to the over. You've done so much damage. 14. Can calm down.
And he's not going to calm down. Nearly gave it away. Just in the gap, and it's another double. Taking this overs up to 16 runs coming from it. That's not what Ethan Bosch would have wanted, but nearly picked up a wicket.
Have to be steady with it here, Ruben Herman. But still, the ball is not coming in as nicely as they wanted to. It's hard to hit through the line if you are still fresh into your innings, nearly giving it away. But Ethan Bosch, you can tell his body language not too appeased with his work. Did so well with the bats, and how often does that confidence come into the ball? But this time, just not working. So here's Othniel Batman, leading wicket taker of the SA20. He's here now for the T20 challenge. And boy, do the Dolphins need him to strike here, because the Dolphins were reeling at this point in time. They were just losing wickets left, right and center.
And it's just one of those things when you're Ethan Bosch, everything went so well when you were batting. Is that overconfidence maybe? That's just in. But Othniel Bartman, oh, how the Dolphins need him now. Moving way across onto that offside, and great fielding of his own bowling. Mikael Prince moving over to about a fourth stump line, just trying to offset the natural length and line of Othniel Bartman.
And such should not deter a man like Othniel Bartman and his experience. He has 11 matches in this particular ground and 16 wickets to partner it. So whatever the Dragons may be bringing is something that is not foreign to him at all.
Just see him holding that left arm. All high fives, only done by the right as the game goes on. Hitting that back of a length, and again that response immediate from the non-striker, trusting your partner, trusting him that he knows that he played it with nice soft hands. It's another single to the scoreboard.
Thing is, doing it whilst it's the power play. All the fielders are inside, and what they are doing is just placing the ball into those gaps and calling for it instantly. And eventually, after a couple of overs, all of these ones piled up, and what better example than what we saw from the previous innings.
And it's not Bartman standing there being unhappy with his arms folded. You could see that I think the feeling is getting back into his left hand with that great fielding he did of his first delivery. Coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, Herman moving across to that fourth stump again. This has been an earmark of the Dragons' opening partnership between these two. They love moving across to that offside and just forcing the bowlers to bowl straight at them.
Also, just not making the bowlers settle to what they're doing. If there's any movement there, you're not landing it in a consistent area to just understand how much you're getting of movement. So this is good work, just making sure that every power is on the bat.
Oh, big swing! Michael Pretorius wanted to hit it into the bleachers there, and he completely missed it.
We're talking about foot movement, and in that particular delivery, absolutely nothing from Mikael Prince. He just swung for the heavens. There's a juicy gap at cow corner. There's no one at the leg side except for a deep square leg. So thinking that it's there, but absolutely no feeds, just a swivel off the hips.
Yeah, he just wanted to stand and deliver. And Bartman just getting the ball to move away from the right-hander. Oh, again that cut shot, just dropping his head. It was there again to hit. No one on the fence. They've got third man back on the fence. No one behind point. It was almost a free hit, and he missed it for the third time, trying to access that offside field.
You can't help but feel like he's trying a little bit too much. It's quite frequently now that he's been trying to swing at it. We saw with Ogutlekele, those balls outside that wide line, pitching and moving away, didn't make a single connection with any one of them, and he's still struggling here. Maybe just finesse it and get those ones and twos.
Oh, this time he says, what finesse, I'm gonna go for the four. It is one bounce into the fence, and it's exactly that one that swivel off the hips. Pendulo, 4 runs.
The thing is, if you keep swinging and your wicket remains intact, eventually it's going to connect. And so it did for Mikael Prince. He moves up to 19 runs now after 4 overs. That equation still looking good. the DLS pass score, should it start pouring down, is that the Dragons need to be on 33 runs. They're currently on 35. Very much on the border, but they need more of this.
It was just the length this time around that helped him out. The previous one was back of length, it was around about that 5 meter mark. This one pitched up, juicy half volley, and no invitations needed. They've gone to 35 without loss after 4 overs, still 2 overs to go in the power play, chasing 174, set up by Ethan, Bosch and Ackerman with a brilliant partnership in the Dolphins innings.
No.
And we can actually just see Bartman just favoring that left hand. He had a brilliant fielding from his own bowling, and he's just going to have a little bit of attention to it.
Must have been a serious blow.
Oh, wicket time, wicket time. It is Herman that's given it away. Fantastic bowling, clearly changing ends and also bringing a bit of a change in fortune for the Dolphins. It is wicket time for the men in purple.
If there's one man who knows how to take wickets for the Dolphins, it's that man, Oguhlekele, and he does it again. Ruben Herman, the leading run scorer of the tournament, looking to show why he's been so good here in his home ground of JB Marks Oval, not getting the clearance he wanted. Ethan Bosch, the tallest man in the Dolphins side, and he didn't even need to jump, caught it as easy as you want. You were calling wicket time as the ball was in the air.
Yeah, we knew Bosch, those big mitts just wrapping around it. And almost a bit of confidence getting the better of these opening batters. Clearly picking up the wicket of Herman. And it's the 100th match for Vian Libbe. It is his 91st innings. He's got a bit of work to do now as well. We saw that one normally brings 2 or 3. And that was in the Dolphins innings. So what's going to happen here? They would hope for the same thing, Pendulo.
Definitely. And another one of those wickets here, Gert, where it's batter error. It's a soft dismissal. It's a shot where the catchers are brought in, and another one where it seems where the ball is not just getting onto the bats. Batters are struggling to generate power. And luckily enough, though, for the Dragons, they might look at it and say, okay, Prince is our man who's looking to really get going. And we're happy that he's still then. Vian Libbe, well, we know how skilled he is.
And just for the record, we see the Limpopo Impalas winning Division 2. They're the T20 champions, so congratulations to Limpopo. They won a cup.
Oh, another one done. And the Knights had 3 chances to get a trophy at some point in time, and they still couldn't do it.
Clearly into Libbe. Oh, get off the mark immediately. Any batter will tell you that's exactly what you do. Just get off the dreaded duck.
Especially if it's going to be your 100th match. Especially if you don't want to lose the wickets whilst other people are celebrating. Certainly, Limpopo Impalas doing a great job winning that T20 Championship Division 2. Northern Cape winning the 4-day series.
Mikael Prince just dropping down, and oh my word, how disastrous that would have been for the Dragons. You can just hear the Dragon supporters gasping, and it's that man, Andilo Petlukwaya. It's the second drop in 2 games for him. Normally very safe hands, and he just can't believe he's put it down.
It was so slow coming into him. It looked like in slow motion. Jumped into the air. Could have had a chance as it was coming down, rolling through his body, but another false stroke. Mikael Prince hanging in the air, just like Andile Petluwayo. But it just does not stick.
Well, this time round, Vian Libbe has a big swing at it. The man at deep square's got a lot of work to do. It'll be another 2 for the scorecard, and it's one of those as a bowler where you feel, I shouldn't be bowling at this, gentleman. It should have been the new batter.
Honestly, and on top of that, it was Mikael Prince. The man who's looking to take the attack on. Imagine losing both your openers so early when you're looking to build a score, because from where they were 39 for 7, it's also now that mindset that they need to switch back into, like, oh, we have a lot of runs to get, and because of that you start playing risky shots like those.
Yeah, I don't think it's time for those risky shots. They've been doing a good job thus far. Maybe just keep wickets intact. It gets easier to bat on as you get into your innings. We saw that with Bosch and Ackerman. See this one again, it's both sides, just no feet movement. We've seen this in the beginning part of the Dolphins innings as well, just no feet movement. There's not a lot of lateral movement on the ball either.
Sorry.
And just apologizing to the field there. Clearly just lifting his head there. He'll probably feel that was his wicket ball.
Taylor's very passionate. He's very emotive. Probably deep down inside he's saying, come on, let's get on with it. Could have been my wicket, like you said. He's been dropped. He's had misfortune of being misfielded off his bowling as well. But he has had the fortune of getting the solitary wicket so far.
And now he's going to wait a little bit longer as the wind is picking on the umpires there. Just blowing the hat off. Just wait a few seconds more.
Just an indication of the conditions here. It's still a little bit gloomy. The sun has dissipated again. The breeze is coming back to be a little bit stronger too.
Oh, worked around the corner. Are they going to look for the second? This time round, another thumble in the field. And it's another 2 for the Dragons. Great running by these two.
Superb work from them. The awareness was just top notch. You wouldn't say it was the biggest fumble from Andile Simelane, normally a great fielder, but it was just enough for them to be able to squeeze a run. It ends over number 5 here. They lost a wicket. That's going to be a blemish, but they started pretty decently for what they need to do.
And it's Bartman who's back on the field now. Happy to see him. He'll probably bowl the next over as well, just changing ends. As we see Bosch changing ends, and Ukule clearly must feel that both Andile's got something against him. Dropped a catch, gave away a run.
Oh man, he just can't get it to work. He'll be looking for another chance. He'll probably might create another one. He's that skilled as Otlekele. But a man who hasn't had luck going his way with the ball is Bosch. Here he comes. Still not getting luck. The ball just trickling down the leg side. It clips the padding on its way down for yet another 4.
Yeah, it's one of those where you're almost lucky as a bowler where you got pad on it, because those runs don't count against you, against your figures. But straying down leg side is not what you want, especially with Makil Prince, I beg your pardon, having another life there with the drop catch. Andile Petlukwai getting confused with the two Michaels in this lineups.
Slower delivery, getting pulled away to Andile Simelane, 2 Andiles as well in the Dolphins. Andile Simelane, Andile Petluwayo, Mikhail Prince, Miguel Pretorius. Such is the work that we do here, and such are the players.
Ethan Bosch, fantastic innings of 66 earlier on. Who would have expected an 8th wicket partnership of 140 plus? Oh my goodness, what a pleasure it was to watch.
The Dragons are probably sitting there thinking to themselves, it shouldn't have happened.
Well, probably asking themselves, how did that happen?
Those are good areas though, being bowled by Ethan Bosch. You don't get too mad at that. The field is specifically guided for that. The 2 fielders who are permitted to be outside the ring solely on the leg side are long on, and a deep square leg for both batters as well. So saying, okay, heave us, go big. You've already risked one almost getting dropped. You take another chance.
And also, we haven't seen the ball move as much as it did in the first innings.
Oh, now that you mention it still doesn't move. It goes straight on. and Mikhail Prince plays all over it. Ethan Bosch will be happy that there wasn't much movement. He gets a wicket for his accuracy.
It's one of those where you feel that hit me a bit high, but he keeps dropping down to that one leg, and it doesn't matter how high it's going to hit you. If you're down on that one leg, it is crashing into middle. I felt that was out the moment it hit him, and what a let-off for the Dolphins here, because they dropped Prince in the previous over.
Now he plays around a straight one, eliminates all chances of another dropped catch, just needing the umpire to side with him, and it does so. It's wicket number 2 for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. They'll need way more than just those 2 in order for them to bring the game back to their side. It's been a decent start from the Dragons, well, much better than what the Dolphins did. So they know that anything can happen from any of these batters if they can just string a partnership. So wickets are the name of the game.
Now wickets for the Dolphins. And the Northwest Dragons got to feel that they're kind of giving it away. Both their openers are back in the hut.
Just like that. And this is what's so fascinating about the game of cricket. For 2 overs, Ethan Bosch was not getting it to work. His first ball this over was also a bit wonky. And then all of a sudden, 2 deliveries later, he strung it back in, and boom, he gets a wicket.
What you want from your big fast strike bowlers. Get a wicket in as Van Tonder has come to the crease.
Oh, another weird looking shot to start off. Nothing short really on what was a good delivery from Ethan Bosch.
It's interesting that the Dragons doing something different. Libber was scheduled to come in at number 4 and Van Tonder at number 3, just swapping those 2 around. Maybe just want to offset the Dolphin bowlers a little bit. Ethan Bosch tail up, 1 ball to go in his 3rd over.
Oh, just breaking his wrist there, pushing the ball down the leg side from what has been a brilliant over, barring that first delivery. Luckily this time it was stopped from Rulofsson.
Hopefully that extra ball is going to bring them another wicket. That's what the Hollywoodbet Dolphins would want. There's 1 more ball left in the power play.
50 runs just around the corner now for the Dragons as well. Dropped in shorts from Ethan Bosch. Pockets it away from Reynard van Donder as he gets off the mark. It ends the power play on 49 for 2. Another balanced power play here. You wouldn't say that you are angry with the score of 49. As a bowling team, you wouldn't say you are mad conceding those runs for the 2 wickets in return.
I'll tell you what, when Prince and Hadman was going, at one stage they were going at 10s, and now all of a sudden the rate required is 8.9 and they're batting at 8.2. So a very balanced power play, as you mentioned, as probably one of the most experienced bowlers comes in Andilo Petlokwayo. He'll be very important for the Dolphins here because he does have those change-ups. He bowls the cutters, he bowls the change of pace, he bowls the leg cutter as well. So he is one that varies his pace quite often. We saw with Ruan van Tonder. It is something, Ruan de Swart, that it is something that's going to be very important for him. He took up 3 for 24 in his 4 overs. That the Swart, that medium pace, just taking off the pace, bowling the cutters, is going to be very important for the Dolphins.
Exactly what they need to do here. Andile Petluwai also will be looking to pay back that dropped catch that he had earlier on. Also play for Reynard van Donder. He's already shown that he's looking to get his shots out, and they become very risky with that medium pacer like you're speaking of. Seasoned campaigner playing his 10th season of professional first-class T20 cricket. He's here now is Andile Petluwayo. By the way, kids, there's nothing as T20 first-class cricket. It's T20 cricket. And it's an exciting cricket, as you can look at them running quickly. This is beautiful stuff from Van Tonder.
I'll tell you what, the 2 gentlemen at the crease now is lightning. They love running, and it's also the 50 up for the Auto Investments Dragons. and it came from 38 deliveries. It's 51 for a loss of 2.
Absolute rocket ships between the wickets. If the pitch was wet, they're running so fast they could dry it up. Just look at that, and the calling is also key. A loud shout of no from Vian Lerber. Not happy with that decision of taking a run.
Oh, great call, I feel. Similani has got a pretty decent arm. And it's going to be one of those where you want to shout as loud as you possibly can. Make sure your partner hears it. Do not take his feelings into consideration. Make it a loud no.
Right on.
Good areas these from Andile Petluwayo. No need to even call for that. Stifling the runs. Like we said, in his 10th season of professional T20 cricket, Andile Petluwayo, he has taken a total of 112 wickets in his 132 games. Very handy when he comes in. Solitary fifer as well. Oh, looking to get another one here. A good delivery. But again, Reynard van Tonder looking to just use those wrists down to third man, and it's not working.
Yeah, that just looked almost like he was in two minds there, between just defending and running it down, and then at the end just kind of let the bat hang out. And also a little bit of nip back by Andile Petluwayo.
Petluwayo will want to just stay there for a little bit longer. In this particular surface, that area has been slightly problematic.
Wait.
Another slight fumble that time. Another good call. The importance of calling. Tebang Ditol is just in the field for now. He's a wicket keeper by nature, so you can expect great fielding from him. Classy left-handed batter as well. Tebang Ditol. Not far away from here is where he comes from, Krugersdorp.
Yeah, it's one of those that's just not been able to cement his place in the franchises that he's been involved in. Pretty decent bat as well. Very classy batter.
Had a fantastic 4-day series. Got a couple of centuries. Good knocks where he was so close to another century. Tebang Ditol. But for now, it's Andile Petluwayo with a single delivery to go. Just go straight into the body. Those are those lightning running feet of Van Donder. They've actually forced the men at the boundary to just come in a little bit closer to stifle the possibility of 2, and so it works. End of over number 7. The score is 52 for the loss of 2.
And just shows you what a fantastic over does. 3 coming from the first over from Petluwayo, and all of a sudden that required rate has jumped up to 9.4. And that one brilliant inning over just brings everything into perspective. As we see, Ruben Herman went for 14. He got caught by Ethan Bosch, bowled by Cele. 14 of 11, and Mikael Prince played some indifferent shots and then finally got trapped LBW for 21 by Bosch.
Still an array of batting options
Coming
that
left,
they
come
can
around.
use in terms of their bowling. Just Ethan Bosch and Cele getting those wickets. Not surprised with Cele's economy as well. Petluwayo started brilliantly, and to continue the work is John Smuts. Left arm spinner bowling to 2 right-handers. It's gonna be licking his lips, is the veteran. Getting some slight drift as well coming into the right-hander, but there was an instant call of 2, which was repelled by the fielding efforts of Cele.
Cele very, very quick across the park. Himself a great athlete.
On square. Samo.
And you can just see everyone just trying to get the angles correct. The 4 men on the fence is deep square, long on, long off, extra cover, and then also deep point. I beg your pardon, it's the left-hander facing up, so it is deep square, mid-wicket, long on, long off, and deep point.
So you know now that left-right combination, you have a thoughts in your head. You're like, okay, here's how the field is set up, because you paint a picture. You're like, okay, he's here, he's there, he's there. Then all of a sudden, it's a switch of sides. And that's what the bowler needs to go through as well, and the fielding side. Now he has to adjust the length. You can't be bowling that particular line to a left-hander, because that's easily on the pads and you're asking him to do whatever he wants. So now he needs to adjust again, bowling to Vian Leber.
He's just turning it into Vian Leber. I love the angle he's bowling. He's coming around the wicket, angling it across and then turning it back.
See there, because of that little shimmy across the wickets, John Smart smelling danger, pushing it wider across. Little bit of checkers, which might turn into chess if it's played long enough by these two teams. Pops it over the top, right over Prenelin to Brian, looking to run and stop that. No chance of stopping it. It's well timed, and it goes for 4 as Tristan Liss coming in couldn't stop that. 4 runs.
A fantastic shot. Left armer turning it away from the right-hander, inside out. You can see him just standing and just opening up that offside field and piercing the gap to perfection. Lovely shot by Van Tonder.
John Smart, economical bowler, almost baiting Van Donder to mistiming it over the top. Man, it's such a risky shot that we've seen here today, but it always looks good when it comes together. It ends over number 8 here for the Auto Investment Northwest Dragons. They need 113 from 72 deliveries. That required run rate is just sneaking up to 10 runs to the over if they continue batting like this.
Yeah, and thank you to the crowd that's come out. It is a chilly day in Potch. Just look at the scorecards and the summary of the game thus far. 173 for 8. And you can just see the scores there by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. A 72 from Ackerman. Ethan Bosch is 66, and then nothing else in double figures. But what an innings that was by the two. And then Rowan de Swart picked up. At one stage, his 3 overs only went for 9 runs. And he picked up those 3 important wickets. Andile Petlokwayo coming in.
He was very stingy in his first over, giving away 3 runs. He bowls well, really asking a lot of the fielder. What a brave call from Reinhard van Donder. Ethan Bosch couldn't cover it.
And I'll tell you what, that was a fantastic call. And again, that immediate response from the non-striker. It was a lovely one. Just hopefully getting Petlokwayo off his lines and lengths a little bit. That right-left combination. Speaks so much about it, but it's so important. And as you mentioned, it just confuses everyone in the field. One fielder might forget to actually go back to his place or anything. All of a sudden, you've got a hole in your field. So, very important for everyone just to remember. And then also remembering you only have 5 allowed outside. And if someone else stays out the ring, it might be a no ball as well. So we see a fine leg just coming into the ring for the left-hander.
Oh, coming across the batter, chipping the inside edge of Vian Leber's bat. So close to getting that back into the stumps. Lives to see another ball.
Oh, that was great placement from the edge. And very angled bat as well. Again, it's one of those things where you actually feel he was in 2 minds. Do I play it straight? Do I guide it down? And very angled bat. Very lucky to get away with it.
This one played with much more flesh of the bat. Reinhard van Donder and Vian Leber's running has been absolutely stupendous. Moving their partnership to 18 runs. Now it's being scored as a run per ball.
And this is exactly what Ackerman and Bosch did. Get those 1s, get those 2s. Between these two, the running is spectacular. So they don't really need to go for the big shots. The boundaries will come. But if they can work out 8 and over from here. They're in the ballpark.
Oh, superb fielding. Big danger. Very possible. What magnificent fielding from Kaya Zondo. He is the reason why that wicket foul. And that is why you put pressure right in the square with your fielding. That is a fielder's wicket. And it's the second wicket down for the Dragons.
And talk about your commentators. Curse, I've just been saying what brilliant running it is between these two, and a complete miscommunication for the first time. Oh, what a mistake. Van Tonder set off. You gotta feel that was one. Lubber just falling short and way short of his ground. And Zondo, fantastic fielding and a great recovery to get that ball back to the keeper. And after building them up as great runners, all of a sudden that happened. Disastrous for the Dragons.
Amazing fielding from Zondo. And the awareness to know to which end to throw the ball, because so much there, you are just seeing everything happening. It's spinning, you're on the ground, you're off balance. People are saying bowler, some people are saying keeper. To just know where to go from this mess of a run, it all started because of that fielding. And luckily enough, he was facing the exact direction where he needed to throw.
And also a great take by the keeper there that took it into the run and then took off the bails. Oh, we could see Lubber not happy with the way he went out there. It's 109 of 68 required all of a sudden from a commanding lead in the first 10 overs of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins innings. They are now under the pump with losing 3 wickets and almost needing to score at 10 runs to the over.
That's that scoreboard pressure that's going to come into play as well. From this situation, they are worse off than where the Dolphins were. Lesibangwepe, the new man in, almost making the situation even worse for the Dragons, but he's able to survive. Oh man, this is exactly the lucky break that the Dolphins needed. They had dropped a couple of catches, but it was Kaya Zondo who showed his veteran experience, so calm, so composed after a super fielding effort. So often does a rush of blood to the head just distort your decision making. Not him. Again they're in trouble! What's happening? What is happening in the air in Potchefstroom? Another one!
I'll tell you what, Pindulo. I'm never going to compliment anyone on their running again.
Listen.
Oh my word. That would have been disastrous. And who was it? This time round was Van Tonder that just set off. And then all of a sudden, it is just pandemonium in the Dragons camp.
Oh, so Brian, a take, but the throw could have been just a little bit better. But it was on his off arm, the ball coming to his right arm for the left armour.
Oh my word. What excitement. The Dolphins nearly picking up 2 runouts in the same over there. And you can just feel the air, you can just feel the energy shifting into the men of purple's favour.
Oh, so dangerous. But here's John Smarts. He's still getting that lovely drift. It's so subtle, but it's there. I would love to see him give the ball a little bit more flight to just make usage of all of the wind that's in the air.
Especially now against Van Tonder, who's nearly run himself out. He's been involved in a run out with Lubber as well. Maybe entice him to play a couple of shots now.
It's also been difficult to clear the cover boundaries. This time is pushing him back. They think 2 is on the cards. But this is what good fielding does. It creates hesitation from the batting side. And now, what would have been an easy 2, the previous partnership between Van Tonder, it's now a big question mark. Clever looking shots from Lesebangwepe. Andile Simelane, right fielder, running down and stopping that. Smart looking shot from Lesebangwepe. We saw Marcus Ackerman living through that reverse sweep.
Yeah, this time just picking the gap very well. Fantastic shot. Didn't try and overhit it. Just made sure he picked the gap.
And that's what they just need to do. The game is not far away from them. Just pick your ones, pick your twos. Eventually you'd want to see that equation of runs to balls become closer and closer, and it's going to happen very naturally if you play organic cricket. Looking to go big this time. Splits the gap. Reynard van Donder earns 4 runs.
Yeah, that will be very well received 4 runs, I think, at the moment from the camp, as the Auto Investments Dragons have just been falling victim to maybe a bit of scoreboard pressure and 1 or 2 misjudged runs.
No chance for Simelane that time. Much more straighter and fuller from John Smuts, but damage has already been done. 8 runs from the over. The Auto Investment Northwest Dragons on 75 for the loss of 3 as we get halfway into their innings.
We see the sun just creeping through a bit through the clouds, just lightening up this ground. Having a look at the scoreboard there, the last victim was Vian Libbe, was run out brilliantly by Kaya Zondo, and Rulofsson at the keeper's end for 9 runs. Makil Prince LBW to Bosch for 21, and then Ruben Herman, the big wicket, the leading run scorer of the tournament thus far, going for only 14 runs. We see a change in bowling, and I've been anxious to see this gentleman bowl. It is the captain of the Dolphins, Sir Brian, coming in. Did a great job against the Lions on Friday night. Enjoys bowling up here in the Highveld.
And now they're going to need all of that enjoyment to show.
Oh no!
Starting off short and wide, there's Pranal and O'Brien.
Just dragging that first one short, maybe trying to over-ref it a tad. And it's just one of those where you know everyone's under the pump. You're the captain, you're thinking field positions, you're thinking angles, you're thinking keeping the runs down, you're thinking wickets, and then sometimes you just forget to let the ball go.
It's very interesting, though, now you mention it, how there's a wave of seeing bowlers become captains of teams now.
Oh, this one works around the corner. They will double up on this, no doubt. Again, just a little bit of hesitation on the side of Saliba Nkwepe.
Just going to need to get the rhythm going. He did almost cost Reynard van Donder his wickets, or there was confusion between the two. Nearly saw Van Donder go. Not the wickets you want the Dragons to lose if you're a Dragons fan, because he's the one who just needs to stick it out right up until the end.
So good. Yeah. Run him out, Casey.
Want him to do exactly
you
the
did
same
excellent
job
today.
that
You're getting in
Ackerman
the ring
did
for the rest of the
for the
comp.
Dolphins. Anchor the innings,
You are in the ring
keep the
for the rest
scoreboard
of the comp,
ticking,
pal.
let everyone bat around you as much as it possibly can. And you mentioned that this wave of bowlers becoming captains now. I think for too long the batsmen have had their full of it. We need to do something as well as bowlers. Let's put up our hands. Oh, this one just nudged into the gap. An easy one, and that's what you mentioned. Just keep doing it. Just keep nudging it. Keep working the ones and twos. The odd boundary will come, but your big partnerships is built around those ones and twos.
It takes a couple of overs for the rhythm to get going for the partnership.
Oh, giving himself a bit of room, trying to open up that offside field. So Brian just seeing him and following Van Donder.
So that's just the key here. And also, it's important for the Dolphins not to feel rushed that they must get wickets, not feel like they need to bowl magic deliveries, because that's where so many mistakes happen.
Oh, sweep shot. Did he pick the gap? Nope, he just picked the fielder on the fence. Just the one. Great over by Sir Brian. Only 6 coming from it. And it's the end of the over. It's the end of the 11th over. 9 to go. It is 92 runs of 54 deliveries. Duck with Lewis and Stern. If it starts pouring down now, it should be on 95, the Dragons.
Oh, but you just look at the scoreboard and beyond it, there's some blue skies coming through. Not what you would have thought when you checked the forecast or when you were driving to Potchefstroom in the morning. Good signs if you are the batting team. You don't want any gloominess or cloud cover or any moisture. So if you're the home team now, you want to take full use of that. And also take use of John Smarts, who comes in now bowling to the left-handed Lesibangwebe.
Yeah, John just going to turn it into Ngwepe. For John Smuts, I think the idea would just be hopefully drops down a leg, try to go for the big heave-ho. It's got the 3 fielders on the leg side. Oh, just picking out the solitary man there at mid-wicket.
How often does that happen? You get the ball you want. Cracking sound of the bat and straight to a fielder.
Oh, sweeping it directly to that man on the fence. He's at deep mid-wicket, and exactly what Smuts would have wanted. Go for it, young man. Hit the ball.
Wants those wickets. And on top of that, he's extremely economical, even throughout his whole career. Look at his stats playing at JB Marks Oval, his stats playing in the CSA T20 competition. His stats this season, not one of them are over 7 runs to the over.
Van Tonder giving himself a bit of room. Just a little bit shorter by John Smuts, but again, he's got that protection on the offside boundary as well, and that sweeper fence. They wouldn't mind the ones at the moment with the occasional dot ball in there. If you're the Hollywoodbets Dolphins coaching staff, that's exactly what you would be asking for. Using his feet, bring it down the line, and a bit of a fake out by John Smuts.
See, now he's forcing issues here in Ngwepe. That's the value of dot balls over a period of time.
Again, finding the inside part of the bat. John Smuts just throwing his head around. It's going to be 2 runs coming to the bowler's end. Oh, he couldn't gather, but I think Van Tonder would have been safe.
Finally, a safe couple of runs. Those juices have been going dry after the run out. And they're going to just need to get that rhythm going again. They're going to need to get their placement going again. Because we saw with the partnership between Ackerman and Bosch, which we're going to reference and have been referencing a lot because it was just that good. You pick your gaps and call for those twos.
Oh, this time going for the lap, and not often you hear the spinner hitting the batsman in the helmet.
Oh, he wanted some leather-flavored pie.
Would there now be a concussion test, you think?
Clearly, will there be? Just looking around to see. Not really. It's the end of over number 12. The score is 86 for 3. They need 88 from 48.
It's going to be a great chase from here on in. All of a sudden, that required rate has jumped up to 11 now for the Dragons, almost coming to 2 runs to the delivery. That's going to make it hard going for them.
It's hard not to ignore. You even think about the fact that, hey, now I need to do these concussion tests because I was trying to do a fancy shot. Now I hit my face because I'm trying to do these fancy shots. And these fancy shots are what the Dolphins want, because that's what's going to bring about those wickets. Luckily enough, Lesibangwebe didn't cause much damage. Maybe you need to play it like that, my brother.
Yeah, you can see the physio just walked behind him at Tad to just make sure that he can walk in a straight line after getting hit in the head by John Smuts.
Ferocious pace.
Ferocious. So Brian back into the attack. Only 7 runs from his very first over. Giving himself room again. He's Van Tonder accessing that. Trying to access that extra cover region, but Sir Brian not falling for it, following him, and he can only knock it down for the 1.
Eventually it gets frustrating getting such perfect timing on the bat. thinking that you've placed it well enough only for your efforts to be stopped.
Doing the same thing in Gwepe, and this time just forehand smashing it. Too long off.
So Brian has been in this game for a long time. First time I saw him was playing as an under 19 player. Can you believe it? Some 12, 13 years ago.
Oh, a little shimmy, and oh, he'll be frustrated with himself. He backs himself to cut those off.
Every bowler, if you have an opportunity to score runs coming off your bowling, you just want to stop it, get a finger. If it's a chance opportunity to get a catch, you just want the ball to stick somewhere. But he's been through all of these things, has Sir Brian.
There's one standing still, this time picking the gap. Is it going to race down? It is a boundary from Gwepe. Lovely shot, this time just steadying himself, firm base, hitting through the line, great timing.
It has been dry for the Dragons. Those boundaries have been so few and far in between. Literally needed to thread the needle there and finds the gap through the covers. Good shot from Gwepe. You know, he's been having an up and down season, some good knocks, and then periods of just barrenness.
Oh, there's an appeal for an edge, and it is given. Gwepe standing there, he can't believe it. Hit has come to an end. Sir Brian getting the bottom edge. Keeper says thank you very much. There was definitely some noise, and the umpire affirms it.
Umpire Campo, one of the rising umpires around the country. One of those players, you know, when you're about to make a decision of whether or not it's out, it's one of those guys you back to give a good decision, and it does so here. Another wicket gone. It's a brave decision as well, considering the fact that Ngwebe is going at it, considering how wide it was. But if there was any source of a sound that he heard, it can't be anything but ball on bat.
Yeah, it's one of those where you almost as a bowler feel very lucky. That good old STW giving you a wicket. Bottom edge. Great take by the keeper, staying low on it. Those bottom edges never easy.
Grant Rolofson, very seasoned professional, knows what he's doing.
Just see our producer who's got his ear on the ground showing that there was definitely noise there. Great call by the umpire. And that means four wickets down now, the fourth one for the Dragons. And also, Hollywoodbets Dolphins is just, every time a partnership looks like it's developing, they are just breaking the partnership, breaking the back of the Dragons at this stage.
And then as you look at it, with those periodical wickets where there's no firm partnership, you look up, the DLS pass score is 13 runs away from you. It now needs 106, and they need 81 from 43. But here is Senoran Motusami.
Going for the big sweep immediately as he gets to the crease. Interesting first shot selection. You got a feel from the captain, the captain. It is 93 for 4 after 13 overs. 81 required from 42 deliveries, and that required run rate is basically on 12.
Needing 2 runs per ball. And then they give the ball to Othniel Batman. Their leading wicket taker of the tournament so far. He's taken 9 wickets.
You wouldn't say it from that warm-up delivery he had. They're just slipping out of his hand. They're going backwards. That's how well he's bowled. He can get the ball to go backwards as well.
Look, he's just showing all of his variation before he starts bowling. Something for all of us to look forward to now. Reynard van Donder, he'll also feel like there's some little bit of pressure. Basically, a 1 run per ball, 26. His team need him to start scoring and double his rates right now. What is going to happen? Here's Othniel Batman. It's 81 to win.
Oh, a little shimmy and accessing through the covers. They're going to double up, and the timing, you could just hear the timing wasn't sweet. A little bit of the toe end of the bat.
just shimmying as well to create that room. He'll be happy with the placement of his shot though, saying, okay, we are going somewhere. But any better timing, Kaya Zondo doesn't have a single chance of retrieving that. It's a good start though. He's showing impetus that he wants to get it going.
But he's also the man that needs to stay there for the Dragons. Oh, this time cutting and missing out once again. We saw Prince also cutting and missing on regular occasions. This time around, again, just dropping on that knee and opening up that leg and cutting. And just maybe would be better off playing a conventional cut. Maybe trying to hit it too hard at the moment.
It's actually so hard. We've just been seeing difficulties with those square cuts coming through in this particular match.
And now he's moved across to that full stump and decided just to punch it down the ground for a single.
Looks much prettier as well. But not much dividends, because imagine if those cuts do happen, they give you a lot of rewards, because for Reinhard van Donder, they have the backward point standing up and only the deep cover standing at the deep. Kaya Zondo is not going to cover that much distance with a well-timed cut shot because he's so square. But also at the same time, those square cuts have not been working in this match at all.
Not been connecting, even from the Auto Investments Dragons. Hollywoodbets Dolphins will be happy that it's not been connecting, because that's now pushed the run rate up to exactly 12.
Otniel Batman coming around the wickets to Senoran Motsusami.
As we see that cover just move to a deep backward point. Oh, Motsusami just again, it's a full delivery, trying to cut it off the back foot. Just not happening for the Auto Investments Dragons at the moment. Motsusami has faced 2 deliveries and has played 2 indifferent shots thus far.
Flirting with danger with that one. So easily would have nabbed an inside edge back into the stumps. But here he is now.
Whipping this one to mid-on. Trying just getting himself off the mark, and hopefully will just get his innings going a little bit as well. 2 indifferent shots, and even that one going back and just flicking it with the wrists.
It's not only his innings that needs to get going here for Motsusami, it's the whole team's innings that needs to get going. Van Tonder, 29 from 28.
Oh, great bowling by Bartman. These ones will not be hurting the Dolphins whatsoever. A fantastic over. There's only 5 runs coming from it. And that now has made the run rate jump up to 12.7. They're only going at 7. And you got to feel that this, you mentioned now, the innings needs to get going. But it almost feels like this part of the match is that shell shock of an innings and that partnership between Ackerman and Bosch.
It was that partnership. As you can see how valuable that partnership was. The only 2 names on double digits. That is what absolutely broke the back of the Dragons. Stopped their flight, stopped them from breathing all the fire that they were breathing. And now they are struggling to get that scoring going. Such was the value of Ackerman and Bosch's partnership. So Motsusami and Van Donder currently on 5 for 7 balls.
Oh, going for the big Evo and getting the inside part of that. Bartman in pursuit. Is he going to cut it off? Oh, what an athlete. What an athlete Otniel Bartman is. Cut off that one and just settling for the 3 runs. And oh my word, how close was that to the stumps. I'll bet you that the bowler's asking the umpire if that is regulation size stumps.
You're so close. And that piece of luck for Van Donder brings up the 100 runs for the Dragons. 101. This could have been the score they thought they didn't even need to chase down. It's just so hard.
Oh, and this time the reverse sweep coming in. Bartman cutting it off.
It's just so hard, man. You had the team on 39 for 7. You surely were thinking that, yes, I'm going to have an early Sunday. But that's when that complacency just creeps in a little bit and you find yourself in a very difficult island to get off. And right now, There's no ship coming to save the Dragons.
Giving himself room is Van Tonder.
So get that.
Playing it onto the leg side. That deep square just picking it up.
Still, the boundaries are running dry, Gert.
There's only the ones, only the twos. That 3 was an odd occurrence. You see the dugout all of a sudden from the Dragons where they were smiling about 2 hours ago. It's all but sour faces now. Giving himself room again, accessing that extra cover region. And it's finally breaking the shackles is the captain, Mutusami, 4 runs.
What a beautiful sound of that bat. We've seen them giving themselves room all the time. He had to ask himself, am I going to risk going over John Smuts? Because they've been trying to go on the ground. It hasn't been working. And he says, yeah, let's see what's going to happen. Gets rewarded. Great shot for 4.
Oh my word, captain v captain. The 2 captains at each other. And after a lovely shot for 4, went for a reverse sweep in no position to make contact there. And how lucky, again, the Dragons just riding that 4-leaf clover at the moment.
Switching, complete switch hits. Oh, look, nastily close. Very close. Bowling very well is Prenalan Sobrian. Just going for that 4. Great shot from Mutusami.
Oh, moving his feet now, again finding the inside part of the bat. Bartman doing a fantastic job at 45. Van Tonder brings it to a close, the over. And a great over for the Dragons, 11 coming from it. It is 109 for the loss of 4 wickets. 15 overs gone, 5 overs left. And I'll tell you what, 65 of 30 deliveries. It's going to be hard going for the Dragons.
Needing to be scoring at 13 runs to the over in order to make it happen. John Smuts has the ball in his hand, Mr. Economy, and Reinhard van Donder, who hasn't been striking quickly enough, you may feel, for what his team requires. Might need to flex those muscles coming into the final 5 overs of the match.
Oh, he's going to go hard now, I feel. He's got 6 wickets in hand. I think he's going to really go for it now. Try and muscle a couple over the fence. Those ones are just not going to do it for them.
It's not the time to relax for Reinhard van Donder. He has a career strike rate of 112, which you must say is indicative of the innings that we're currently watching right now. Phenomenal 50 over and red ball player. Right now, they need something different from his talents. Mutusami makes room. He pops it up over the top. Ethan Bosch coming around to stop it. Phenomenal kicking effort. If you are in the Premier Soccer League looking for a striker, maybe Ethan Bosch is your man.
Where is the Sundowns contract? Great work by the big man. Getting that looks like about size 14s in the way there.
Ball was basically over the boundary when he had to kick it back. Fantastic work. Not to even hurt your ankles. How easily you can mistime those. Goes around over the top of Otniel Batman. It's all about the risk in order to get the sweet reward of a boundary.
Finally, things are getting going a little bit. Captain Mutusami taking it upon himself. This one worked around the corner and O'Neill Bartman very nearly plucked that out of the sky. Would have needed a bit of red underwear and red boots there to get to that one, but what an effort.
Superb efforts, but you must be confident here as John Smuts and Prenalan O'Brien and the Dolphins that at least the boundaries you're conceding are risk shots. Going just over the head, just over the hand, just over a fielder of the Dolphins. Another smart intervention of his feet as Senoran O'Brien. exactly what they need now. Distorts the bowling rhythm and distort the fielders as well.
What a fantastic over thus far it is. Although there's only been the ones and the twos, this over already going for 9 runs. 2 deliveries left.
Feet again, in the air again. Ethan Bosch might be under it. He flies across, but he can't stop it. Magnificent effort from the big man. But the reward again goes to Senoran Mutusami and his Dragons.
Oh, fantastic shot. He's been favouring that inside out, giving himself room to that leg side. This time John Smuts just a little bit too straight. And oh, lovely wrist work by Mutusami as well. And look at that, it's a bird, it's a plane. It was nearly Ethan Bosch.
Or maybe even Superman. At this point you don't know what he can't do. He scored 66, a very powerful, a very useful 66. That 66 is the reason why this match is this close. He's already taken a wicket. He's stopped boundaries. It's Ethan Bosch for you. 4 overs to go, Gels Maloney. 4 overs to go, SuperSport viewer. 51 from 24.
Bendulo Makubane, I'll tell you what. 51 of 24. If the innovation of Mutusami is anything to go at, we're going to see some interesting shots. It's going to be fireworks.
They definitely need the fire. Only Vian Lerber, the only player to score on single digits, but the rest of the team hasn't been scoring nearly as quick enough as required to make a dent to the score that is required.
But as they always say, the good old-fashioned, you can't start a fire without a spark. That's exactly what they need. Hopefully, Mutusami will just give them that spark.
Though, he might have an extinguisher in that right arm. Hopefully it will be for him and his Dolphins. He's already taken a wicket here today. Ogutlekele got dropped as well. And he bowls to Mutusami. Pumped over the top. Welcome back, Ogutlekele. He's gotten sent flying into the JB Marks embankment.
Oh, and you can just see, very unexpected. No one expecting that ball to come to them. And oh, what a noise it made off the bat. He absolutely spanked it.
Absolute devastation from Senoran Mutusami. You were talking about it. We're going to see his inventiveness come in. And those wrists are absolutely blinding. Again, those wrists, but straight into the grasp of Tristan Luce. The substitute fielder will never get an easier catch in his professional career than that. Senoran Mutusami's invention is no longer as he loses his wicket.
Oh, you got to feel he's been doing such a great job hitting it straight, hitting it over extra cover. Don't think that was needed there. You can see him just practicing that again. Maybe just whipped it off the pads, maybe. Look at that. Oh my word, he just popped it up. And as I say, Tristan Luce coming in as a subfield and a very young player in this setup. Oh, never an easier catch in his career. But also, the stem of flows, the rhythm upset by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. And again, that man with the golden arm, Kele, picking up the wicket.
And like you've been talking in this innings for the Dragons, they start a little cute partnership. It looks decent. Okay, here's what we need. And then all of a sudden, they lose a wicket. And it happens again and again. And so often it's a soft wicket that is easily preventable, because you can look in hindsight and say, oh, that shot from Mutusami could have been a different shot maybe. But here's the situation. 5 wickets down because of this.
Yeah, we see that shot again. We mentioned it earlier. If they come off, look, you're the hero and you're the most innovative player in T20. If they don't come off, it was a horrible shot. So it's one of those 6 of the one, half a dozen of the other. But as we see Roan de Swart coming in a very precarious situation.
He was brilliant with the ball. 3 for 9 in his first 3 overs until he went for 14 in his final. Phenomenal in the field, stopping runs and catches. Now they need his bat. And tidily, already just timing it really well. Ball was slower from Ogutlekele, but playing it right under his arm, and he's off the mark.
Off the marks, what you want to be, just get going and maybe just feed the strike to Van Tonder, but it's also not like Van Tonder is striking the ball out the ground at the moment. They really need him to stick around, but also go hard. You don't want to be 6 down and then the deliveries are finished. You kind of want to make a run for it now. We're coming to that back end of the tournament. It's number 4 versus number 6. The Dolphins want to win just to secure that 4th and 3rd spot. The Dragons want to win just to make sure that they keep relevant in the competition.
The thing is, on top of that, there's still so much cricket to go. It's frightening to imagine that so much cricket has been played and there's still so much more to go. Both teams, or one team playing their 10th game, one team playing their 9th, they still need to go up to 14 matches. So right up for these last 5 games, you want to ensure that you maximize your points each and every single time.
You don't want to look back and ask the questions, the what if questions, if maybe, if only. Tele into the Swart.
Looking to whack that through the covers. He runs blindly, does run to Swart. And again, they lose another wicket to the Dragons through faulty calling and faulty running. And it is really, really going down the gutter now.
Oh my word, and you got to feel that's their chance of having any say in this match any further. Van Tonder run out. 37 runs of 34, and you almost got to feel that he should have just stood his ground and let the Swart just take the run out. But it was tipper run stuff. Ruan the Swart, that was not a great call.
Abs just went flying the moment he got connection with his bat. Ogutlekele causing carnage. Just connected it straight to Kaya Zondo. There was definitely not a run there. He's taken a run out on his bottom, looking the opposite direction from a serious fielding.
Yeah.
And now, what do you expect he's going to do when the ball comes straight to him?
You've got to feel that's a bit of a brain fart there by Ruan de Swart. Michael Pretorius coming in and touching gloves with him and probably warning him, don't run me out. 8 runs coming from the over, but also look at those 2 W's in there as well. Oh my word, and Semutu Sami, the captain, and the set man that has been run out as well. Van Tonder back in the hut, and 2 new batters at the crease. Exactly what the Hollywoodbets Dolphins would have asked for.
Now they are bowling to fresh meat in Miguel Pretorius. Straight into the stumps, the inside edge, saving Miguel Pretorius. That's what you do to a new batter who's lower down the order. You miss, I hit. Especially if you've taken 2 wickets in the over, even if one is a run out. Ogutlekele doing exactly what he was brought in to do. Takes the wicket. What fantastic work and great fielding from the Dolphins again.
Just look at that run out again. Kaya Zondo, all the time in the world. The keeper had a lot of work to do again, doing a great job. Rulofsson just diving out all 3 stumps, but that's how much time that Kaya Zondo had to throw that ball. The keeper wasn't even in the picture when he caught it. Oh my word, not a great call, and that I am afraid is going to make life very difficult for the Auto Investments Dragons. 43 of 18 deliveries still to get, as we see Otniel Bartman back into the attack.
It is not easy if you are those of the Dolphin supporters, or rather of the Dragon supporters. You're very happy if you're a Dolphin supporter, especially if Bartman has the ball. Gets that right into the block hole. The Swart is able to dig it out. You should be familiar with most of these players as Ruan de Swart, having come back from the Dolphins after starting up here at the top in the high fault, going down. Now he's back up here again. He's been phenomenal. So he should be able to know what to do and what to expect from some of these bowlers. Maybe it was his knowledge of his former teammates that got him those 3 wickets after all.
Yeah, we got to mention as well, not great batting by the Dolphins up top, apart from Ackerman. And then the man coming in at 9th, Bosch doing a great job. O'Neill, this might be, just a bit lucky to get away with that one. It was wide, but the ones is not going to help them. Pretorius can stand around there, look at the red line all he wants. Those ones are not going to help them out at the moment. This needs to be a decent over, and the next one needs to be a massive over to get them into that last over contention for maybe, I'll say, 10 runs.
Definitely, because now they need to score 3 runs per ball. That might not help their case at all. Fake outside edge. Phenomenal captaincy to keep the man so wide there at the short 45. Is gone after a wild swing as Miguel Pretorius, and it's absolute carnage for the Dragons.
You can just see John Smith pointing at Rulofsson there. Probably had a bit of an argument. Should I be in? Should I be up? And then I got you there, old timer. It is lovely captaincy, keeping him up, keep the pressure up in the field. And that man again, Otniel Bartman. Oh, he's a wicket machine, isn't he?
Can't stop him. Wide delivery, so hard to get away, and they came straight to John Smart's hand. Definitely a worked plan. You don't celebrate like that with your teammates if it's something you didn't discuss.
And now, backs to the wall, 42 or 15 deliveries. Ruan de Swart's only faced 3 deliveries. You got a new batter coming in Seleka, who's not known for his batting or striking.
Striking at 56. Not what his team needs right now. His team needs someone who's going to be striking at 150. So he needs to somehow quadruple his career strike rate in this particular innings. Or better yet, just give the strike to Ruan de Swart.
No, Ruan de Swart won't go down without a fight. He'll be swinging as hard as he possibly can. But also, those deliveries getting less and less. 15 deliveries to go. Bartman picking up another wicket. His first one in this match.
Pops it up again into the air. Another risky one. Tsepang Ditole would have definitely brought that one home. Lucky for it to get a bump.
But also another dot ball. Hollywoodbets Dolphins is now dealing in dots and wickets.
You know, the thing is, you can't help but feel like now the Dolphins are looking to bowl them out and complete the job. Oh, and they might do it with such fruity and juicy deliveries.
And you know what? That was actually just a lovely standard fast bowler delivery, just back of a length, making sure that the batter can't just push forward and try and hit through the line. Lovely delivery. Stock standard, straight up, straight down. Look at Bartman just hitting that back of a length. Look at that. No feet movement. He knows the tail ender is not going to hit him through the covers there off the back foot.
Oh, whacks that off the stumps. Opens up the room, but Kaya Zondo is right in the deep. The fans at the JB Marks Oval are cheering whatever runs the team can give them because there are 2 overs remaining and they need 20 runs per over. 40 to win, Gert. It is not looking very positive.
That's what I said. This over needs to be a decent over for the Dragons as well. That had to go for about 10, 11 runs. It would just bring that equation down, but now they need 20 per over. And if you look at the bowlers, they still got left. Kele still got an over to go. He's only gone for 22 of his 3 overs. You got Otniel Bartman still an over to go. So those would be the 2 signing off. And oh my word, he's only gone for 14 runs in his 3 overs. So, danger times for the Dragons.
Commend Prenulan Sobrian's captaincy here. His bowler management has been excellent. The fields and plans that the Dolphins have put together, you're literally watching the Dolphins, the Dragons rather, struggle to get boundaries. They're getting clean hits, but straight into fielders' hands. We've seen catches being taken in the deep, being taken in the inner ring, just because of good field placement and execution from the bowlers. So that needs to be commended.
And also, you got to go back again to the partnership. You got to go back to that partnership of Bosch and Ackerman. 140 odd for the 8th wicket. Bosch coming in at 9, scoring 66. Oh, what a job done that was. And it's almost like the Dolphins are stealing one here.
Literally the difference maker might be another wicket. Oh, Shakele lets it slip through his cups. He's got no one to blame but himself. But that should have been wicket number 8 for the Dolphins.
Wicket number 8 for the Dolphins. Saleka getting a let off. Trying to do something that he's not used to doing. Trying to clear the fences. Trying to hit the boundaries. Just getting a top edge. And oh my word, nothing on it.
Ball getting big on him. It gets big on him again this time. Extremely uncomfortable, this Caleb Saleka out there. Ogutlekele just riding this rhythm oh so well. He's having a great season.
He's having a fantastic season. Still 36 required. It's just of 9 deliveries left. Van Tonder on strike. De Swart.
Oh, that is gonna hurt. Oh my goodness, that is a bullet shot from Ruan de Swart.
If it's going your way, it's going your way. And it looks like he just hits him on the bottom end of the sole. And I'll tell you what, de Swart has absolutely murdered that. And it went no further than the bowler.
Oh, he is counting his lucky stars, Ogutlekele. If that hits the shins, he's on the ground. If he hits the knee or ankle, we don't want to know. But he's alive and running in. And he's been pumped over the top, but it will be stopped by long off. Prenolan O'Brien will allow 2 runs to be taken. That really won't affect the fact that they need 34 from 7 deliveries.
Now 1 more ball to go for Tele. Then we'll see Bartman finishing up, and it looks like he's going to have a 30-odd run save in that last 6 deliveries. So almost every single ball's got to go over the fence, not just for a boundary.
This is the ball that counts, and it might count for a wicket. It's gone. You cannot take Ethan Bosch out of this game. He runs to his left, cups it. Ogutlekele gets redemption for his own dropped catch, and he finishes with 3 from 28 as 8 wickets are gone.
And the worst part is it's 2 different batters. It was Saleka that he dropped, so he could have finished up with 4, but 3 for 28 in the situation that the Dolphins was in. We go back to this conversation so many times, Pendulo, but it just shows you the extraordinary situation that they were in. 39 for 7. 39 for 7, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins were. We were talking about maybe 10 overs getting bowled out, and the Dragons don't want to chase 100 and all that sort of thing. And then Ethan Bosch got to the crease with Ackerman. He got dropped by Pretorius in a caught and bowled effort. And then from there was pandemonium. Then they went up to 173. Now all of a sudden, they are 34 runs ahead with 6 deliveries remaining, and it looks like it's a walk in the park now for the Dolphins.
The bowlers are thankful to that partnership. O'Neil Budman can look to strike, but there's no slip fielder. No one protecting the third man boundary. And those runs still put, mathematically, they still put Dragons in this game.
Yeah, they only need 5 sixes from here, from the 5 deliveries. And Saleka, with an educated edge, has improved his strike rate dramatically.
Their outside edge, O'Neil Budman hitting those hard lengths. And that's all you really need. Another top order batter that goes flying into the pavilion. But not here at least. Right here, you might get your chance for a wicket. The ball spins backwards. It's a big ask for Tsepang Ditole. Look at that effort. Beautiful. Even if you need to protect 30 runs from 5 balls, you throw yourself around.
And that is a keeper chasing a delivery like that. So it just shows you they don't just need to stand at the stumps. They can chase a couple down as well. He's very quick. Saved 2 runs there. And that mathematically has put them out of the running in this match. Even if all 4 deliveries go over the fence, they will still be 4 runs short.
All that needs to happen now is for Othniel Batman to keep it legal. Bowl no wide deliveries. Bowl no balls. Even if he gets pumped for 6. Congratulations to Cohen Mungry if he's able to do that, but that won't send the team any victory.
Well, with the situation with that single, now he can even afford a extra delivery. Can Bartman be such a professional? He's such a good bowler. I don't think it'll happen.
Right on the money. Very good delivery. You miss, I hit. And if you connect well, Ethan Bosch will catch it as he's done so. But he stops it this time. Now it's all but over. Othniel Batman needs to defend 26 runs from 2 deliveries.
I think the scorers are under more pressure than Othniel Bartman at the moment.
Ooh, indeed. They changed the scoreboard, letting us know of the toss. Smart shot! Good looking shot! My goodness, that is out of the blue from Caleb Silega. Incredible shot for 6.
Yeah, lovely shot. Some innovative batting from Caleb Seleka. After that drop catch from Kele, deciding, listen, I'm going to take my chance. Maybe just show the top order, listen how it should have been done. Dragons reach 150 and 1 more ball delivery to go. We don't feel that it's going to make any difference. 154 for the loss of 8, the last delivery in the innings and in the match.
Goes again, but this time he's the one who goes. Othniel Batman waves him away after clattering the stumps, and he has the final laugh. But the Dolphins have the biggest laugh as they claim this victory against the Dragons.
Let's just go back. Let's just recap. Where we were 2 hours ago, Pendulo Makubani, did you ever expect this to happen today?
We were talking 120 would be a good score. We were talking 130 would be miraculous from 39 from 7. But Marcus Ackerman, Ethan Bosch, it cannot be explained how brilliant of a partnership that was to take the score to not only a competitive score but to a match-winning score. And that is why the Dolphins walk away winning by 19 runs from being 39 for 7.
You just see that last wicket by Othniel Bartman, and one thing you didn't see there was just the Ahman waving him off a bit there. He was very frustrated with that last 6 that was hit from him. But again, oh man, what an innings it was by Bosch and Ackerman. What a partnership it was. Ruan de Swart bowling brilliantly well. 3-4-9. You could just feel the energies just low down. And no one else got to blame themselves but the Dragons. They could not drag it back. And look at that. Ruben Herman for 14. Makil Prince. And then from there, Vian Lebo got a start. He got run out. Van Tonder had going as well. He scored a 34 and congratulations to the Dolphins. I'll tell you what, this was unexpected from where we were at 39 for 7.
It became a match to watch. What a good cricket match this is, especially if you're a Dolphin supporter. The game is never over until the game is over. That is the lesson that we learned here today. You never back down, and as a bowling team, you never stop hunting for the wickets, even if it seems like the game is done. It's going to be a tough, bitter pill to swallow for the Dragons with the incredible starts they got and after winning the toss. But it is what it is here, and they take a 19-run win, despite their scorecard almost looking better than the Dolphins. But
apart from 2 batters.
That's all the difference that works. This has been an exciting game. Butchersroom again hosting us a fantastic match. And even the bowling figures speak the truth for the Dolphins that they should have brought it home.
Okile Tele, 3 wickets for 28. Ethan Bosch, 1 for 25. Othniel Bartman, 2 for 28. And then also Sir Brian picking up the big wicket as well, 1 for 24. And Pedro Kwayo His 2 overs only going for 8 runs. Also, just swung it a little bit. He was the reason that run rate keeps shooting up as well with those 2 overs.
Doing a fantastic job, an all-round brilliant bowling and fielding performance from the Dolphins. Their batting had a lot to answer for with those 7 wickets down for 39, but after that they swung it back. So now you have to question, can the Dragons seal the innings off? Can they win these games? They've only won 2. They were on the brink of winning their 3rd, which would have seen them climb up to number 5, just so much closer to those semi-final spots. But congratulations to the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, 19-run win, and that sees them jump up to number 3 in the log. Now that log looks Warriors at number 1, Lions at number 2, Dolphins at number 3, and Province at number 4.
Yeah, you got to feel that the beers will taste a lot bitter in the Auto Investments Dragons camp than it would be in the Dolphins. It'll be nice, long and sweet. But now the Dragons got to ask themselves, how do we come back from here? You mentioned there's a couple of games left. Some teams have 5 left, some teams have 4 left. So the Dragons, I think, has got another 4 left. So, they need to pick up maximum points in each and every one of those. And what a match. Pendulo, this was one of those roller coasters. Never over till it's over. It is one of those that's worth watching again. And thank you to everyone who's joined us on YouTube, joined us in the ground. Production staff, producer, cameraman, scorers, everyone, thank you very much. You did a fantastic job once again. And from myself, Gert Maloney, I'm going to leave the last word to the man, the flavor of the day, Pendulo Makubane.
Oh, the flavor was dished up by the Dragons at first, but then it's changed mid-meal, and it was the Dolphins who had the last bite of the cherry. JB Marks Oval, another special match, another spectacle. It will be back again for the CSA T20 Challenge. This has been your World of Champions SuperSport on its YouTube channel. We will be back for more cricket. Still lots to go with 4 rounds remaining. We will be back. Thank you so much for joining us. Have yourself a wonderful week ahead.